Morning, morning. How's it going? Everything's good first. Yesterday I had that issue where two Twitch streams was up at the same time, and I forgot what the problem was. So there only should be one Twitch stream at the moment, so I'll just double check that. Well, me? I'm doing pretty good. I think the big thing is that I have been sorry, looking for contemplating a few things. I guess the best way to put it. I've been contemplating. Mainly about what to do with my streaming quote-unquote career, if you want to call it that. Well, I should say streaming. It's content creation in general. Hold on, wait. No, go back. Yeah, hold on. I'm doing two things at once. I just need to make sure that I'm good. Yeah, this stream's not open. Yeah. Okay. We're good now. Hey Recon, how's it going? Yeah, so I guess generally I feel like I've been thinking about a few things, and I feel like I just need to swap things up. Not necessarily with the content itself, although that did cross my mind. It's more of like life has been much more busy, I guess you can say. Like, I have my job, and I think it's getting to the point where I will be holding on to this current job for a while now. No, I'm not stopping at all. It's just mainly that I got so much going on now. And I also feel like that there's this sort of disconnect between my my content creation and what's going on in IRL. And I was wondering, like, is that okay? You know, it's just these random thoughts that I have sometimes. So, for example, on Friday, granted I get the day off. I'll be going over to a restaurant to celebrate a birthday, and that's with a 1-year-old, a one year old kid, and I'll be celebrating her birthday. And this is, the parents are a group of friends that I've known for quite a while now. I want to say it's been about, I think this is 10 years right now. And then the other thing is that, to go with something a bit more, I guess you can say, fun, is that I'm with this group of people who love fighting games, and they want to hang out and just play fighting games at an arcade. And it's like, I want to go and do these things, but at the same time, I'm like, but I want to make more videos and stream and all that stuff. It's like, man, the balance is off. No, not actually, no. Like, seriously speaking, no. No, it's not that at all. It was actually a video that I watched. The guy is called EO, actually, and he recently made a video that's called like why are content creators leaving the gacha scene, and it was not what I expected. It was basically a yap fest, but more or less what he was saying was that there's a strong disconnect between the gacha scene and what happens in real life, which is like, well, no shit, obviously. I think anyone who's paying attention would know that. But the big thing, no, is IYO EO. Yeah, but that's like a massive disconnect between the gacha scene and what goes on in real life, and it's much more prevalent in the gacha scene compared to other communities, I guess you can say, other scenes. Like, so for example, the ones I've been in a lot of communities. I've been in MMO communities, I've been in fighting game communities, I've been in anime communities. I would say the gacha scene is not that unique in terms of how rough it can be. Like, I say for sure the MMO community and especially the anime community, they're about the same level as a gacha scene. But I would say for sure, though, in terms of games, I would say the fighting game community is pretty close. Like, there's the least amount of divide between a fighting game community and what goes on in real life, I would say. And I'd say a large part of it is because part of the appeal of going to the fighting community is that you always meet up with people in real life, because you gotta go to tournaments and actually see people and say, yo, what's up, dog, and all that stuff. So yeah, I'd say that's one that has like the least amount of divide, or the least difference. But the reason why I bring all this up is because that just kind of make me think, like, huh, should I actually like swap up my content, do more wholesome stuff, you know, like maybe do an IRL stream at some point, or like all that stuff. And a part of me is like, well, that would be, not only would it be more chill, but it would also be more popular, probably. But then at the same time, I'm like, well, I do this because I actually like doing it. And if I like doing it, why change it up? Like, the only thing that I need to do is, you know, keep churning out content. So the big thing is just, it's just a schedule, really, right? So if my schedule is so rough at the moment, then something has to change. So it wouldn't necessarily be the content that changes. It's more of like how I create my videos. So I would say that the big difference is the latest two videos that I made. So the first one was on, well, actually, both of them were about Cavs or Nightmare. But the big difference between both of them is that the first one I scripted out. I did the usual thing. I scripted it out, then I recorded it, then I edited the video, and then I did like a final couple checks, and then I made the thumbnail, and then I put it on online. That took like 18 hours, actually more than that. I want to say that took maybe like 30 hours. It was just raw manpower work for just one person. The next video I made, not counting the research that I did, because that took the most time, but not counting the research, it's just that I made bullet points. I didn't make a script, I made bullet points, and then I just yapped for like a long time, and then I took out what I felt was redundant or whatever, and then I did like a backdrop of gameplay, and then I uploaded a video, and that took like maybe like 6 hours, which is a lot better. That's a lot easier on time. So if I make more videos like that, because I feel like, even though I feel there's a drastic difference in quality, for a lot of people, they didn't feel that difference in quality. They were just as entertained, or maybe just as interested in the content, and they were just as informed either way. So a lot of my thoughts is like, okay, how do I balance out being a content creator and being an actual person? Is the big thing. All right. So let me go back to chat, and I see Recon. I swear, you like that one guy in the background that's just screaming, "Hey!" in the audience. The big issue with me doing PGR content is that like I said, it's my schedule. And if I keep constantly adding, please, yeah, I'm not gonna be fucking Logan Paul.
Jacob Andrew donated 5. Thanks the videos on the summary of Girls Frontline.
Oh, Mr. Andrew, I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not gonna be Logan Paul. That's like cringe as fuck. Or was it Jake Paul? It's one of those two. But yeah, the big issue with PGR related stuff is that it's another gacha game that I would cover. And believe me, I love playing games and I love doing a variety of games. But the big issue with, it's not just gacha games, but live service games in general, is that I would need to keep up with all of them. And that's like the biggest issue that I'm having when it comes to diversifying my content. Because right now I am playing Girls Frontline. Well, Dylan's helping, but yeah, I'm playing Girls Frontline. I'm playing Nikkei. And now I'm playing Chaos Zero Nightmare. That's 3 games I had to keep up with. And you know how little content of Nikkei that I have on this channel. Which is kind of a big deal for me. I want to change that, but it's so hard. Because there's also a lot I want to do for Girls Frontline. But now Chaos Zero Nightmare is coming out, and that's basically the new hype thing at the moment. So I still want to do Chaos Zero Nightmare content as well. And by the way, I'm mostly doing Chaos Zero Nightmare because I actually genuinely love the game. Well, I shouldn't say love. Love is a bit of an overused word, but I really enjoy the game a lot. But I will say at the moment, there is no content at the moment for Chaos Zero Nightmare, but that's going to change very quickly on Tuesday. So technically that means I have like a very small window to provide another video of something else other than Chaos Zero Nightmare. But then once Tuesday hits, I had to actually study up on the event for Chaos Zero Nightmare and to give my opinion on it. So that's like the scheduling aspect that I'm talking about. If I add on PGR as well, that's just another thing I had to keep up with. So, hope that explains why I haven't been doing things other than Girls Frontline and Nikkei, and now Chaos Zero Nightmare. plus life. It's a lot. It's a lot. Wow, I really just yapped for over 15 minutes actually. Wow, there is something wrong with me. I'm doing pretty good, Changela. Your yapping is great content. Thanks very much. Hey, thanks, Dylan. I appreciate that. But yeah. Let's go ahead and get this started. I need to start watching that too. That's one thing I want to start doing as well, or get back on doing. Watching more esports. I actually love esports. You know the thing I used to love watch? Actually, I still love watching it, but not as much anymore. Is StarCraft. I love watching StarCraft matches. Got Lind to V6. V6, wow. Congratulations, by the way. It's just wow. Just making sure everything is good first. Hey Vopler, how's it going? Oh right, yeah, this is that cutscene that people complained about. I'll point it out in a little bit. In the green zone on the outskirts of the satellite city, KYI 09. I literally was about to say KYS 09. A light mist hangs over the mansion district. Frostfall Squad is performing a battlefield cleanup under QJ supervision. Their tactical boots crunch on the mechanical parts scattered on the grassy lawn. Dylan, thanks for the gifted. I appreciate it.
Oh my god!
Patrick, congratulations on becoming a member. Once again, thank you, Dylan. Wow, this place is huge, and it's got a swimming pool too. No more they had to buy so many guard robots. Is everyone living in the mansion district this rich? It doesn't matter how rich they are. It's not like we'll end up making the same kind of money. We finally got a security assignment after so long, and in the end, we're just facing a bunch of domestic robots. I could have cleared them out by myself. Lynn, Cheetah, don't complain. QJ opens her day planner and checks each item and number on it, line by line. There's 10 minutes until the mission deadline. Looks like our tactical planning still has room for improvement. Give me a sit rep on your respective areas, starting from Tololo. Roger. 6 mechanical units eliminated in Area A. Motive core fragment clearance complete. Areas B all cleaned up. It was easy since this genius was around. Area C's fine, of course. But has Griffin really been reduced to doing yard work for rich people now? Feels like we're providing after-sales service or something. It's true that this wasn't explicitly requested in our contract, but since our mission takes place in the residential area, it would make sense that we would handle cleanup duties here. Attention to details like this demonstrates our commitment to providing good service, which will affect our future clients' willingness to hire us. Well, I hope our employers will appreciate your attention to detail, leader. That would keep our numbers from being so dismal. I know, right? Seeing as how we perform so well and so efficiently and even have a genius like me backing everyone up, not hiring us is their loss. If you count not being blown up by those little explosive gadgets of yours as a loss, then they're definitely winning big. What are you talking about? It was only 1 or 2 times. I mean, a few times at most. Looks like we found the reason why people are hiring us even less often, leader. Cheetah? Oh, don't listen to Lind. She just doesn't know what she's talking about. My Avengers are fairly reliable under most circumstances. Annoyed, Cheetah spreads her arms in protest. Sunlight streams from behind them and reflects faintly off something on the lawn with a golden gleam. Tololo pauses as she spots the reflection. Tololo, what's wrong? There's something in the grass. She bends down and retrieves an ID card from under the wreckage of a robot. It's an intricately made card that reflects glints of golden light. The circuitry lights like patterns on it move slowly as she turns it. If I'm not wrong, judged by how it feels, this should be... Don't touch that, Cheetah. You don't know where it's been. Oh, relax, leader. It was just a little experiment. I'm not going to break it or anything. Look! The Cheetah leans out from behind Tololo and experimentally pokes the card with her combat knife. Its edge nicks the honeycomb patterns on the card, but then they slowly return to their original shape. The patterns? They fixed themselves. How's that? Cool stuff, huh? This material is called liquid-based shape memory alloy, or liquid polyalloy for short. Yeah, it is. It is shorter. The Gerard crew just announced their patent on it recently. It might look small, but you could buy 10 T-doll frames for the price of this much material. We'll be set for a long time with this. I think the valuable part of it isn't the material that went into making it, but the technology. Still, isn't this the property of the clients? It's not like we're authorized to dispose of it, right? That might not be the case. We found it under this toaster, so maybe even the client doesn't know anything about it. Also, leaving valuable stuff like this lying around would make us look really unprofessional. In any case, we should be able to bring it back with us, right, leader? As a professional PMC, our focus should be on building long-term relationships and trust with the client as opposed to conveying short-term financial gain. However, it is true that taking care of valuable goods would count as a value-added service. And as it turns out, it's almost time. QJ turns away and dials a familiar number. Miss Hellion, this is QJ. Per mission requirements, Crossfall Squad has eliminated the rogue security robots, and we have also finished recovering their motive core fragments. I think the client should be able to move in without worries now. The sound of rippling paper comes over to the transmission channel. Hellion's tone seems a little more crestfallen than usual. Understood. Also, we recovered an ID card of the premises. Its function is unknown. Since the card is quite valuable, should we hold on to it for the time being before handing it over to the client? Yes, that would be a good way to handle the situation. QJ, I have full faith in your decision because you always take care of You always take all the relevant factors into consideration. I have also seen the efforts of you and the Frostfall Squad have made for Griffin. Thank you all for your hard work. You should consider this upcoming period to be a vacation of sorts. A vacation? So you're saying that our upcoming commissions... The sound of pages flipping comes to a halt, and Hellion sighs quietly. Just then, an exclamation from Cheetah drowns out her reply. Leader, this is bad. Those tin cans are getting back up again. GNL beta, protocol activated, system rebooting, target identification module, loading successful. Executing attack order. Miss Hellion, the situation has changed. The rogue robots have reactivated, and we need to deal with them ASAP. But if we do that, this commission might... Prioritize keeping your girl safe. If need be, you are authorized to take any and all means needed to resolve the situation. Understood. After ending the transmission, QJ fires off orders to Frostfall Squad. Cheetah, Tololo, move up with me and suppress them. Lynn, focus your fire and eliminate the nearby targets. Remember, short control burst only. Make sure we thoroughly destroy those robots this time. Move out.
Hi.
Where are y'all at? Hey!
Yo.
Where's the last one? Where's...
ターゲット確認。紐消えてなくなれ。一度試してみよう。
Immersive gameplay.
楽にしてあげる。
As the final gunshot rings out, the last of the defense robots blows up, collapsing into a pile of junk parts. Len puts her gun away with practiced ease and unwraps a lollipop before rubbing her arm, which was grazed by a shrapnel. I can't believe I just got hit by something like this. Pisses me off. Say, I noticed a while back. But you seem really sensitive to pain, Lind. If only heroic mode was a default? Nah. Nah, homie. Nah, that's not gonna happen. Or rather, you shouldn't wish that. Listen, I think heroic mode is fun, but only because it was optional. I don't think it would be very fun to play heroic mode while trying to experience a story. Level scaling should be at least a default. The thing is, level scaling doesn't change anything. You still kill enemies easily. That's why they need all the traits and stuff to make it difficult. I say this as a person who has basically beaten all of the first heroic mode that we got. I beat all of that, and I would say those traits are more difficult than what we have now. Your team doesn't care about your level. Why don't you turn off in combat? Are you a masochist or something? My brain moves slowly when my glucose levels are low, so it's perfectly natural to use pain to boost my reaction times. Lynn turns aside in a somewhat unnatural way. More importantly, you should be worrying about these robots, right? Why did they flip out all of a sudden? They were making noises which sounded like commands before they started back up. It seems this outburst was triggered at the programming level. We shut up their motive cores, didn't we? That's like cutting your power off. There's no way they could start up again, right? Unless their cores could self-repair. Ah. The four of them seem to realize something at the same time. This is polyalloy. In other words, it was made by Gerard. Lilo wades into the robot's wreckage and begins digging around inside it. Brain code prefix reads G&L Beta. This isn't a model that they're selling on the open market. I don't see anything like it in their product catalog either. Looks like this frame model isn't one that's commercially available. So, does that mean it's some kind of fancy toy those rich people got through internal connections? That's possible. And it's also perfectly reasonable that these beta models, which aren't publicly available, would have bugs in their programming. And that's not even getting into the fact that they're from the Gerard group. Are you talking about what happened on Miss Kalina's side some time back? Yes. The ripples from the robot uprising in Odessa spread far and wide. Gerard's been paying out huge amounts of penalty fees and compensation. The stock price hasn't also plummeted. So this part in particular is what has pissed people off, because everyone's like, wait, isn't this a spoiler? And I'm like, yeah, it's been a spoiler. I said it's vague enough that it may not matter, but some people on Twitter have been like, no, this wasn't vague at all. Like this is not a trivial thing. I said, and basically I'm thinking it's not. I didn't say it was trivial, just that it's vague. and honestly, this is like such a insanely small part of what happens in Deep Oblivion that, yeah, it's still vague. Yes, it is a spoiler, but if you don't know about what's going on, then you're fine. Yeah. Yeah, because so much more happens in DO that there's really no need to complain about this, in my honest opinion. Factor in Ruik's departure and a plane crash, and the group having to appoint a new CEO. I'm sure even the Gerard brass must be terrified right now. There have been multiple reports of robots going berserk this month already, and there's speculation that is linked to their broken supply chains and chaotic internal management. The 3 reports, 4 if you count ours. Lolo presses a button on her communications terminal, and a holographic projection of a starry sky springs into existence. The plane crash, though, yeah, that one is a little bit of a I would say is a bit moderate in a spoiler, but still, that's not. It's really not huge. She taps the screen. She taps on the touchscreen, and it is replaced by a clip from a news broadcast. What? Papa, Mama, my eyes hurt. The camera pans to the child. Their eyes redden from the thick smoke spewing from the kindergarten that was destroyed by haywire robots. The ruined remains of a wall are visible in the corner of the frame, covered in scattered bullet holes. A neatly dressed Gerard Cruz spokesperson stands in front of the devastation, addressing the reporter. I am the representative of the Gerard Cruz R&D division, Yakov Holtz. On behalf of the Gerard Group, I would like to extend my sincerest apologies to the people affected by the incident and their families. After preliminary investigation, we have found that the robots were affected by an unknown virus shortly before they went berserk. Currently, there is ample evidence to indicate that this was a malicious, deliberate act of destruction targeting the Gerard Group. As such, I wish to make our position clear to the world. We will be investigating this incident with all the resources at our disposal, and we will not give the culprits any opportunities to cause further mayhem. There is no need to worry. The Gerard Group has always made user-friendly our #1 priority. We will be holding another press conference later on to address how we intend to handle the situation. Little ignores the spokesman's bloviation? Who the fuck uses that word? The spokesman's bloviation and shuts off the clip. Like, these guys use a thesaurus way too much. I heard a whole lot of excuses, but nothing in the way of actually compensating people. Didn't they blame the previous incident on a technical loophole or something? Now they're saying it's an external attack? They're just trying to wash their hands of everything, aren't they? But if someone really did infect those robots with the virus, there would probably be more victims. Leaders, should we continue looking into this commission? After thinking for a bit, QJ shakes her head. We broaden our vocabulary. We don't have much ammo left, and getting further involved wouldn't be wise. Also, QJ's voice trails off. However, the look on her face tells the rest of the team what she couldn't bring herself to say. Because they all know they don't have the mighty Griffin from before backing them up now. Ever since the war ended, the demand for PMCs from various factions and civilian sectors has drastically declined. In addition, Griffin was forced to restructure and downsize. All the clients who have formed stable partnerships with Griffin in the past have ended their cooperation with Griffin in one way or another. Although Frostfall's efforts have secured them a few permanent customers, there are times like these when there's no business to be had. Without their beloved commander and many of the dolls, who were once their colleagues, the things they can do now are very limited indeed. Frostfall understands this point very well. Even so, while they might have chosen to walk different paths, at least everyone is still alive and they all still have their shared memories. At the very least, when the commander finally gets tired of wandering in the Yellow Zone, he will still have a place that can be called home. For that reason alone, they will do their best to keep Griffin going. Still, there are times when they must face the limitations of their circumstances, and accept the knowledge of their powerlessness that accompanies this realization. After sensing the dejection among their team, BJ softens her tone a little. I'll make note of the potential risks in our debriefing. Even if we can't do anything about it now, I'm sure it'll be useful in the future. It's not like there's nothing that can be done, right? Frostfall Squad heads back to their vehicle. Lynn lags behind, connecting her data port to one of the robots and downloading some of their data to herself. While I don't know how it might help, let's just make a copy of it for now. No. Inside the meeting room of Griffin's main building in the Green Zone, late at night, Frostfall Squad is conducting their usual after-action review. It's bedtime already! Why are we still having a meeting now? Already trying to slack off? Leader usually works through the entire night on overtime, you know. Then this will be all for today. Awesome! I'll be off now. Genius brains need their beauty sleep. Hang on. Before Cheetah can hop out of her seat, she feels QJ's hand pushing her back down. Like, yeah! We're done with the AAR, but there are other things that we need to talk about. Saying so, QJ flicks Lil's hairband and brings her mind back from gazing at the stars twinkling outside. While I believe in avoiding necessary overtime, there are some things regarding Frostfall Squad's future development that merit discussion. Have a look at this. QJ's fingers fly across her terminal, and the screen displays a spreadsheet checkered in red and green. Is this a record of our squad's finances? Yes. The green cells represent our income for the past month, and the red cells show our expenses. That's weird. We got a lot of jobs last month, didn't we? How come there's so many red cells? And the most common type of expense is liability compensation? Missed number... that thing. The client's mansion was damaged in the squad explosion to the extent that a deformed gate forced him to climb through a window to get home. The compensation was 4 times the payment received. Mission number, that thing. The client's car window was shattered by gunfire from the squad, leading to the client's right arm being gashed by glass fragments. This compensation was 3 times the payment received. Mission number, that thing. The client demanded double the value of furniture destroyed by an explosion created by the squad. The compensation was 5 times the payment received. Looking at this, it seems the certain genius of ours featured heavily in all these incidents. Am I wrong? What? You got some nerve pointing fingers at me, Lind. Half of those incidents were caused by you and your lack of trigger discipline, leading to stuff getting shot up. I'll deal with you two later. In any case, Griffin's financial situation will be in the red next month. This means our living expenses will have to be cut too. And then our candy budget? 0. Cheetah and Lin both exclaim in shock. Seriously? Normally we'd still be able to handle a situation like this, but we haven't had that many commissions to begin with this month, and all our remaining commissions have been put on hold too. Therefore, we need to find a way to salvage our financial situation before it gets worse. What if you sold this genius inventions? Cheetah's inventions are all original and genuine. These rich folks in White Zones will be falling over themselves to buy them up. I guarantee it. Why would those wealthy people want to buy them? Are they tired of living, perhaps? Indeed, the safety of those products are concerned. Proposal denied. Perhaps we should try on some personal commissions? The legality and safety of those commissions are questionable and cannot be verified. Proposal denied. Not to mention it, don't we have some big assets gathering dust in the logistics department? You know, those helicopters, that big tugboat, and all that other crap. All our missions don't call for that stuff, so we can't sell. Can we sell them off or something? Those assets are essential for emergency situations and cannot be kept or discarded. Proposal denied. Oh, this doesn't work. That doesn't work. Isn't there anything here we can sell for some quick cash? Oh yeah. What about that ID card we picked up earlier today? Miss Hellion discussed it with our client, who refused to claim it and said Griffin can dispose of it as we see fit. Well, that sounds great. Let's sell it to an underground broker then. Didn't Cheetah say that it was super valuable? That means we ought to be able to hold out for a good long time if we do. Proposal denied. You're even going to deny that? Well, we do have the addresses for the underground brokers in Griffin Systems. No, I mean, they don't even have any fixed premises or anything. What kind of information would we possibly have on them? Then can we use the public trade platforms to work out this deal? If such avenues were available to them, they wouldn't be underground brokers. In other words, it's too risky. Proposal denied. As QJ looks around at her teammates, who all seem a little out of it, she feels her head beginning to ache. While she'd already expected that finding a solution would be difficult, she wasn't expecting them to not make any progress at all. Crossfall Squad's role is too poorly defined. We take on any kind of assignment, but that also makes it hard for clients to choose us over our peers who have more specialized skill sets. It seems just focusing on service details wasn't enough. QJ sighs quietly and gives up on continuing the discussion. We'll end today's meeting here then. I'll go talk to Miss Hellion again and see what other assets we have available to us. Dismissed. Yeah, poor Hellion. Half an hour later. Someone stalks a quiet corridor, frazzled from a lack of sleep. It's not like I don't understand where Leader is coming from, but she's being too cautious, isn't she? Rosa's squad and 404 are already helping the commander, while Leva and the others are helping clean it too. Meanwhile, we're stuck trading water in the green zone, all curled up into a ball and trying to think of how to make a living. It really pisses me off. In any case, let's grab the ID card while Leader and Miss Hellion are talking. After making up her mind, Lynn opens the door to Hellion's office. However, the scene depicted in her visual modules come as a bit of a surprise. Is someone there? The moonlight shines through the window and illuminates the corner of Hellion's desk. A very suspicious looking character is there, rummaging around like they're doing something, like they're looking for something. After confirming that the object bobbing around on the thief's head is a beret, Lynn breathes a sigh of relief. She silently circles around behind the burglar and slaps her on the back. Oi, Cheetah. Ah! The sudden smack startles Cheetah so badly that she curls up into a fetal position and grabs her head. Caretaker, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to come here and steal stuff. Please give me a chance to turn over new. Quiet, you. It's not Miss Hellion, it's me. Huh? Cheetah looks back and giggles at Lynn. Oh, so it was you, Lynn. You scared the hell out of me. What are you doing here? I'm pretty sure you already know. Oh, so you had the same idea as me. Namely to sell off the ID card, am I right? Congratulations on arriving at the same conclusion as this genius's brain. Wasn't I the one that suggested this? Allow that to be Lord of Volume. Also, if you're searching for the ID card, you should be looking over there, right? Lynn points to the code-locked safe behind the door. What? When the caretaker ticket move it there? Who cares? The important thing is that our genius can finally be put to use. You should have something that opens the safes, right? Show me what you can do. Of course I do. It's just a safe. I can open it in just 3 seconds. Cheetah produces an unlocker from her pocket and connects it to the safe. 3, 2, 1. Click. As the bolt slides back, the two of them open the safe door. The gleaming ID card lies quietly inside it. Hehe. How's that? Are you in awe of this genius invention? Isn't it amazing? Yeah, it is. Lynn nods, then slips the card into a waistband pocket before heading out the door, leaving Cheetah staring dumbfoundedly at where the card used to be. Huh? Walking out like that is really rude, you know. Aren't you going to discuss your next move with this genius? Also, shouldn't you show some respect? I mean, I'm the one who opened the lock, you know? Hey! Hey! Are you pretending to not hear me? You should be signing your sinking praises of my genius! Shut up. Lynn reaches a finger and signals to Cheetah to shush. Then she beckons behind her, indicating that Cheetah should follow. Well, we're the ones who caused the most trouble anyway, so we might as well go settle it together. Settle what? The money problem. The whole point of getting this was to sell it for money, right? I know an underground broker, and he just so happens to be the one to be at one of his old hangouts today. Come with me. Cheetah follows Lynn to a seedy little alley in the yellow zone. The nearby street lamps crackle and blink every now and then. The ground is covered with beer bottles and other junk. And the air is redolent. The thesaurus. Put down the thesaurus. And the air is redolent with a rotting stench born from the unholy fusion of expired alcohol and food scraps. Is this the old hangout you were talking about? Can anyone who lives here really afford to buy that poly alloy card? You can find underground brokers anywhere. Why make a big deal out of it? Rather than worry about not being able to find a buyer, you should think about what you'll do if robbers suddenly show up. Lynn reaches into her waistband pocket. The hard sensation there helps calm her neural cloud down a little. Relax. We're both super strong tactical dolls, aren't we? Who'd be dumb enough to try and smug us? Oh yeah, how did you meet that broker anyway? You know how to keep asking for materials for your inventions. Especially the stuff with really weird names. I can only get those through less than legal channels. Did you only realize that just now? Huh? So that's how it works. I guess this broker guy really helped us out a lot. I am suddenly filled with confidence about this trade. After hearing you say that, any confidence I had is gone. Lynn comes at a halt in front of a neon sign that seems to advertise a bar. Right, this is it. We'll do things like we discussed. I'll talk to the broker. You keep watch outside. Huh? Are you sure you don't want to let everyone's beloved genius, yours truly, handle the interaction? I have already dealt with him several times before, so I'll probably have better luck not haggling him about it. You can take that mouth of yours and squawk if you see anything funny. No. Lynn continues down another winding alley and arrives in front of a rusty door grate. She knocks lightly on it, and it cracks open a hair shortly afterwards. A wary face is visible in the gap. Also, he's probably hairy too. The man exchanges looks with Lynn, then nods and opens the door, gesturing for her to enter. Unlike the jury's silent streets, the inside of the bar is lively and bustling. Several thugs are sitting around the table and drinking beer, the massive frames making their chairs creak every move they make. Lynn seems to have anticipated all of this. She heads over to the counter and sits down next to a man in a ball cap. It's been a while. I've seen this bar before. It's just the same backdrop. You know how it is. Despite the fact that she is talking to the broker, Lynn doesn't turn to look at him. Instead, her eyes casually roam the drinks rack in front of her. It's easy to pick you out in a crowd, at least. I love it how they use this same model. It's like, man, there's so many clones of this guy. That's what Lynn says. Hey, you're easy to see in a crowd. It's like, really? Is he really, though?
Hey, looks like this is going to be a good day. Another good deal just walked up. Let me think. The last time I saw you was...
It seems you got a wall of text you want to dump on me. Well, I'll just skip it if you don't mind. I didn't come here to listen to your reminiscence. I've got something that ought to be pretty valuable, and I'd like you to take it off my hands. Saying so, Lynn reaches into her waistband pocket and exposes part of the card. Freshly patented by the Gerard Group. You interested? Upon seeing the card, the broker tenses up for a moment, but relaxes the next second. He takes Lynn over to a table in the corner, then removes his hat, removing a gloomy face.
Is that looking face shaped rare alloy? That is rare. Towing off will be a bit troublesome, but the price is right. There'll be no shortage of buyers. Provided, of course, something wrong with the goods.
You can just say that you want to test it, you know. Lynn hemps quietly, then places the card on the table before sliding it over to the broker. He picks up the card and examines it in the dim light of the bar, then takes out the small knife from his waist. The edge glides across the surface of the card, and the honeycomb patterns on it ripple and gleam. After seeing this, the broker nods.
That's polyalloy, all right. How much do you want for it?
This much will do. Lynn shows him the number.
$3 trillion!
The broker doesn't respond right away, instead waxing thoughtful. The card in his hand drums against the table with a tap tap tap.
Rare goods have a lot of value as collector's items. Unfortunately, I don't have enough cash on hand to pay you in full.
What does that mean? Are you going to buy on credit?
No. What I'm trying to say is that if I had 10 minutes, I'd get my boys to bring the full sum over. But as a trader, I understand that time is money. So in the end, the ball is in your court.
Having said his piece, the broker waits for Lynn's reply. If it's 10 minutes, yeah, I can wait.
Thank you for placing trust in me.
It seems the broker is pleased by the answer, because he smiles almost imperceptibly and raps on the table. The thug seated by the entrance gets up and squeeze their bulky frames out by the door. The folding metal gate creaks mournfully. After that, the broker snaps his fingers and someone places a steaming cup of coffee in front of Lynn. Coffee sounds good right now, I'm not gonna lie. The sweetness of the double sugar beverage, I'm not gonna sugar it though, allows her frazzled nerves to relax a little. This seems to be the first time I told you something, right? Thought you wanted to haggle more about the price. I never skimmed on money as long as the goods were worth it. That's my principle as a businessman. So, if I'm not wrong, the last time I saw you, you were alone. Turns out you got yourself a crew pretty fast. Is this a secret to making it big in business? Yeah. Well, I've been slumming over all the yellow zones for many years. Makes sense to get a few buddies, right? Is that a smile? I got it. I did not see that the first time I read this. Wow, that looks creepy as fuck, I'm not gonna lie. Strictly speaking though, that isn't the secret to making it big in business. That would be profit above all. The sound of scattered footsteps echoed down the hallway, down the alleyway, heading for the bar. Lynn glances through the window and sees several Viagers walk past. And when opportunity comes to kill two birds with one stone, no businessman refuse. Lynn hears the crisp sound of chambering round from behind her. She turns to see the broker's mouth twisted into a savage grin, the muzzle of his gun pointed between her eyes. Just then, she gets a transmission from Cheetah. Hello? Hello, can you hear me? I saw a bunch of armed breakers heading towards the bar just now. You better keep your eyes. What's wrong with the signal here? Hello? Len, there are Viagers heading towards the bar. Be careful. Wow. Thanks, Cheetah. That warning came just in time. A pack of Viagers burst into the bar and they all point their guns at Lynn. Lynn shakes her head, ignoring Cheetah as she repeats hello over channel and tightens her grip on the gun. I was hoping we could solve this in a civilized way, but it looks like that's not the option anymore. Fine then. I'll be pissed off all night. Wait, I've been pissed off all night. Time to take it out on you. Viagers everywhere. You're a Viager, and you're a Viager, and you are a Viager. I knew it. You're only punch when there's time to fight, aren't you? Lynn, how did things end up like this? Did negotiations break down or something? Rather than not successful, should I say it was too successful? Either way, it seems a fight is unavoidable. Cheetah, prepare for a breakout. Time for this chicken to show off her brilliance! They took the fight outside. Alright, right back. 1 minute. Take my coffee. Where's bros at? William got him. His girlfriend came. I don't have a girlfriend. I got friends, not girlfriends now. Yeah, I do have something to say about the crazy one at my job. But after this cutscene, I'll talk about it in a little bit. Tongues of fire spit from gun muzzles, riddling the door with sparks. Unable to hold up its own weight, it collapses with a loud crash. And Lind and Cheetah take the opportunity to escape the bar. The sounds of gunfire, the Viagra's yelling, and the girls' frantic footsteps blend together in the pitch-black alleyway. Savages, all of them. Lind shoots an exasperated look at Cheetah. What are you looking at me for? If not for this genius heroic intervention, you'd be in bigger trouble now, right? If you hadn't started chucking smoke bombs all of a sudden, I could have got the ID card back. You mean checking out the guys chasing us isn't important at all? Just as Cheetah finishes, several more Raggers show up at the entrance to the alley and point their guns at the duo. Lind grabs Cheetah and yanks her in the side alley. Several bullets hit the wall behind the place where they were a moment ago, throwing up wisps of dust. All the escape routes we planned have been cut off by Viagers. What will we do now? Do you have any other backup routes? Well, if there's no other way out, why not just make one? Lind sits behind Cheetah and pulls their trigger. A hail of buckshot forces the pursuing Viagers back and they duck behind cover. Then Lynn swings her muzzle over and takes out the Vaegers, trying to ambush them from their flanks. Just as the two of them are about to make their breakout, yet another squad of Vaegers appears in front of them. Why are there so many Vaegers, man? Like, they're all here. Like, get them! There they are. Don't let them get away. Over here, Lynn, on your 3. The two of them hurry deeper into the alley, but find that it leads to a forbiddingly high wall. The shouts of the Vaegers grow louder behind them. We got them cornered, boss. They're in a dead end. Get the boys over here. They're not getting in the way this time. Damn it! Is there no end to them? These goddamn cockroaches. After checking her ammo and discovering that she's running out, Lynn looks at Cheetah. You know, I feel like at the very least Lynn, but honestly both of them should just be able to just punch the shit out of all the Vaegers. I'm not gonna lie. How many more of those bombs do you have? Let me see. Oops, I think I just threw the last one. Lynn looks at the wall. It doesn't seem to be surmountable by effort alone. The sound of footsteps grow increasingly louder reminds her of the reality that there are Vaegers that the Vaegers are going to reach them any minute now. They're out of time. Cheetah, climb on my shoulders to get out of here. What? I said, climb on my shoulders and get out of here. I'll stay behind and cover you. Hurry! So you're telling me to escape ahead of you? Hell no! If someone's going to be covering someone else, I can do it for you. Your frame is smaller, and you're more mobile than me. Your chances of escape are higher than mine. But... No buts. One person escaping is better than none at all, right? We've taken on so many hostage missions already, so just think of it as my turn to be the safe one this time. And there. They're all the way at the end. We don't have time for this. Go, Cheetah! Cheetah can hear the Vaeger's footsteps approaching. She grits her teeth and then vaults over the wall with Lynn's help. She looks back and sees the Vaeger swarming Lynn, who fearlessly fires into the horde. I'll be back for you, Lynn. Wait for me. You know, I think I said this last time too. Where it feels like Lynn probably should have been able to just punch the shit out of them and like break their necks. Hell, not even just break their necks. She'd be able to literally just punch their heads off. Unless their equipment is that good. I guess it is. They got powerful exoskeletons. Oh, tea time. That's right. Yeah. So yeah, that's good coffee. So between my old group was myself, one guy, and one girl. The one girl was a crazy girl. Since then, my team has been moved to another floor. And this is primarily because my manager, he wants us to be fast-tracked to a promotion. Especially me. Well, I say especially me, but it's like me and a few other people. We're like at the top right now. Basically for me, I got to see basically the client face to face, and we talked stuff about the company and my role and stuff. So, ever since I've been moved upstairs, that means I have been able to see my old group, except for the guy, because he comes sees me at lunch, and we play video games and stuff at break, or in the break room. The girl doesn't go upstairs, but apparently she asks about me all the time. So I was told that when I was gone for 2 days straight, she started asking where I was. It's like, so is he like, he's like dead or something like that. So yeah, that's the tea talk. Hero got Riz. I don't know, maybe mildly. When you're asking out, probably never. Like, probably never. I just don't see us working out. So like, she is my type, which is the funny part. She actually is my type. But I just don't see us working out. I think our, not necessarily situations, but maybe it's our activities. Our activities might be too different. So, life goals, no. Definitely not a matter of life goals. I just think we're just too different. And remember how I said that she likes gangsta guys? But she only likes, like, the look of them, but she doesn't want the actual problems that come with them, I think. But then she has like a real, like, I can fix them mentality right now. I think in order for us to work out, she still needs time to live a little, because I'm too settled in. Like, I don't really do anything crazy anymore, except play gacha games. Just get a tattoo on the forehead. Nah, I just straight up don't like tattoos. She likes ones she can tame. Yeah, basically that. But the thing is that she also wants a normal person. But normal people, or I say normal guys, they can't handle her. They want her to calm down and shit. Me, I'm like, please stay the way you are. So, I don't know. I think personality-wise, we're compatible, but our activities, the way how we spend time doing stuff, is way different. It's too different. So I don't see us working out. On the outskirts of the Yellow Zone. What the That'd be funny. Crossfall Squad follows the signal to its endpoint, but all they find is a patch of sandy dirt surrounded by an endless expanse of wasteland. Over here! Over here! Lynn's signal is close by. Is it actually called Glock? Isn't it like a different name for it? This is where the trail ends. Must have jammed it starting from this point. Delolo, you make any contact by radio? Connection failed. Lynn's communicator is probably not in range. That's the future IRL content. IRL content would be crazy. Yeah, Glock is just a company, but I was like the pistol that we always mentioned with the Glock. It's like I was pretty sure it's like a different name for it, because I always assumed that Glock meant Glock, the gun. Like there's Glock the company and then Glock the gun. Sorry, I'm not a gun nerd. Glock 17. Okay. What the switch? Let me see. When was the last time Lynn's signal showed up? It was roughly 5 hours ago. Delolo looks around. There is nobody else here besides Frostfall Squad. A gust of wind blows and the trio's footsteps are instantly covered up by the sand. Even our tracks from 5 minutes ago would be hard to find, let alone 5 hours. Cheetah, you're the one with all the clues now. Think carefully. Did you see anything noteworthy during the battle? If you're talking about noteworthy stuff... What are you looking at me for? If not for this gene's intervention, you'd be in bigger trouble right now, right? If you hadn't started throwing smoke bombs all around all of a sudden, I could have got the ID card back. Come to think of it, those breakers were acting really weird. We already gotten a polyalloy card, so why would they need to pursue us so hard? What? So this wasn't just a robbery, but a deliberate doll kidnapping? Also, there were tons of Jaegers, and they blocked all the escape routes we planned beforehand. How many of them were there? About 6 or 7 squads worth, at the very least. That's a lot. The breakers usually think of underground brokers as easy targets due to the difference in fighting strength, so both sides tend to think poorly of each other. While there are some less moral brokers who slum it with the Jaegers, an operation like this is far beyond the ability of a single broker to control. Well, I would take Lynn too. In other words, it's not so much that the broker was in league with the Jaegers, but there was someone with troops of their own running the whole show from behind the scenes. QJ ponders the issue. Was there anything else special about these Jaegers? Something special? Let me think. Oh, I got it. They were wearing badges with something that looked like a dagger on them. It was just like... Leader, picking up an unknown signal nearby, approaching us from the south. The roar of an engine precedes the sight of a gray jeep cresting the sand dune. Thick black smoke spews from behind it as the noise shatters the peaceful silence of the desert. Just like that insignia on that jeep. They were the ones chasing me and Lynn last night. Upon realizing that Lynn might be on that vehicle, Frostfall Squad subconsciously tightens their grip on their guns. Frostfall Squad, prepare for battle. Intercept that vehicle. It's a Ford 150. Yamada!
星々よ
Boshi Boshi. Damn it, they got the jump on us! As bullets hit their tires, the Vikings realize that something's off and frantically pull hard on the steering wheel. Retreat! Retreat! Think you can run? Not so fast! Bearing 35 degrees. Ready to... Fire! Bossball Squad sees the moment and opens fire as one. With a loud crash, the Jeep finally gives up on the ghost, skating for a distance before overturning. Leader, we intercepted the vehicles. I'm heading in to search it. Leader, I didn't find Lynn on the vehicle, but I found that broker from yesterday who dealt with us. Cheetah drags the trussed-up broker from the crashed Jeep and dumps it on the ground like a sack of potatoes. The impact knocks his gas mask off, revealing the grimace on his face. Dolls? Is that so surprising? You should have seen a lot of dolls recently. For instance, the one you tried to sell when we tried to sell you that polyalloy card last night. What did you do with her? QJ presses her gun against the broker's head. The broker laughs in an infuriating way, as if QJ's anger meant nothing to him. So that's how this risky deal turned out to be. If I had known, I would have asked that guy for more. Don't change the subject. QJ jabs his temple with her gun for emphasis, and the pain makes the broker wince. I'll ask you one more time. What did you do to Lind? And who is that guy? Okay, fine. According to the code of the brokers, I shouldn't be telling you who hired me. However, I think exceptions can be made when your life is at risk. The broker stretches out his right hand and draws a number in the air. He called himself Holtz. He showed me a picture of the doll to bring in and made an offer I couldn't refuse. As for whether it was a fake name or what he wanted the doll for, beats me. It's way above my pay grade, so to say. Holtz. QJ is basically surprised to hear that name. Leader, what's wrong? If I'm not wrong, the client from yesterday's commission at that mission was also called Holtz. And according to the client information he submitted, this Mr. Holtz ought to be the young master of a toy company. Wait, seriously? Why would some little prince from a toy company even want Lind? I'm not sure, but I am sure that Miss Hellian's information is correct. Where did you hand her over? It was due south from here, at a port on the edge of the Yellow Zone. Miss Doll, if you ask me, we can talk terms here and make a mutually profitable X. QJ decided that there's nothing more she can learn from him and cuts off his bladder with a gun butt to the back of the head. You know what, that actually doesn't work. Just want to tell you that. So whenever you hit someone in the head, especially in the back of the head, it'll make them dizzy. And that's it. They'll just go, ow! Why'd you hit me? Cheetah knocks out the rest of the Viagra mooks as well. Later, since we know where Lind is, we should head out right away. Delillo emerges from the Jeep, waving to QJ with the ID card in hand. Okay, getting smacked with a force adult means that you're dead. Just saying. Like, Remember, T-dolls are stupidly strong than human. Yeah, and if they hit you with all their strength, you're dead. Your head gets blown off. You took a gun butt to the head? No, but I happened to hit over the head before. I think I got hit with a soccer ball over the head. He doesn't take hostages. Search complete. I've recovered the polyalloy card. Yes, Lynn might be in danger, so we should move quickly. Crossfall squad, head towards the port at maximum speed. Maybe they're actually dead. And I forgot how sexy this pose is. There is no need for this pose to look this hot. Jesus Christ. Hey Nixon, how's it going? Want to hug them. Who is them in this case? Talking to lawyers? What happened? The veil of night settles over the quiet port. Rusted cranes stand in formation by the waterline, a testament to its past glory. Currently, most of the street lamps by the shore are damaged, blinking on and off intermittently. Oh, you mean all the T-dolls. So, yeah, I was focused on Lynn, so when you said hug them, I thought you meant her boobs. Crossfall squad huddles in a dark corner of the port, studying a massive cruise liner moored to the pier. This luxury vessel stands in stark contrast to the dilapidated port. Its hull and surroundings are illuminated like daytime by high-powered searchlights. I mean, you don't hug them, you grab them. No, you can hug boobs, for sure. More people are boarding. DeLillo studies the gangway intently through the binoculars he's holding. This will be the 11th group tonight. Got a legal battle against some people in an estate ordeal. Oof. Yeah, that sounds rough. And I hope the fees aren't bad. And I hope you win that, Nixon. Security guards in black uniforms stand on the gangway. They step forward and halt the two people who are approaching them. One of them, a well-dressed gentleman, takes a card out from his pocket and hands it to the guards. That's rough, Nixon. Hope you don't need to GoFundMe. Yeah, this is why people don't like going to court. After verifying the guest's identity, the guard returns it to him with both hands and executes a picture-perfect 45-degree bow before gesturing to the guest and his accompanied doll to board the vessel. Most of the guests are accompanied by dolls. I surmise that this is Pulse kidnapped Lind. He might have brought her aboard as his companion doll. Given by the way they're dressed, I'd say there's some kind of party in there? But then why would they need so many dolls for a party? It's weird. Also, our current location could be considered the border between the green zone and yellow zone. So why would those rich people from the white zone come all this way to join an ordinary party here? Sololo, why are you looking at me like that? I was just surprised. It turns out even you can say something useful at times, Cheetah. So you taking shots at me now that Lynn is gone, Sololo? Seeing that Cheetah's about to flip out, QJ strategically clears her throat to get the conversation back on track. We'll probably only learn the answer to those questions after we go in there. Cheetah, do you have any items that could help us sneak aboard the cruise ship? Of course I do. I recommend using this genius tactical grappling claw. A gentle throw sends it onto the deck, whereupon it latches on tight, and then you can swing over with a whoosh. QJ looks around at the searchlights around the cruise liner and shakes her head in resignation. Anything else? How about this imitation dolphin? We could hide under it and swim over to the liner, then wait till they're not looking before climbing aboard. Cheetah, the plan to sneak in, not draw the attention of the people of the ship. I knew it. I was clearly imagining things when I thought Cheetah could be useful. Hey, I heard that, Tololo! Fine then, why don't you come up with a solution of your own? If stealth is an option, let's just walk right in. What? It looks like the cruise liner is for members only. While the perimeter security is very tight, the security procedures for boarding are very simple. All guests have to do is show their ID. And this is what they're showing to the guards. Tololo takes out the poly-alloy card she recovered from the broker and puts it in QJ's hands. So we pose as guests then? Yep. Based on what we saw just now, it's not unusual for a guest to board in the company of a doll. So we should be able to get 2 people in there. As for whether there will be further security measures after we get in, that remains to be seen. This is the only plan they have which seems to be even the slightest bit workable, and every moment wasted only increases the chances of Lynn meeting with danger. QJ comes to a conclusion. That's fine. We'll leave one person outside to respond to any changes in the situation and minimize the risk of failing the mission. I'll disguise myself as a guest. As for Tololo and Cheetah... QJ glances at Cheetah, whose face is full of anticipation, and imagines what might happen if Cheetah is allowed to roam free on her own. Scenes of the port being leveled by explosions and other kinds of devastation all fill her mind. I think I'll bring Cheetah in with me. Tololo, stay outside and help analyze the vessel structure. Make sure you maintain constant contact with Griffin HQ. Got it. Tololo nods and raises the binoculars again. Now, the remaining issue is how to hide the glossiness of a doll's synthetic dermis. That's easy, leader. Just leave it to me. The glossiness of a doll's synthetic dermis. Type. Look up what dermis means. The dermis is a thick layer of skin located between the epidermis and the basically thick skin, yeah. Yeah, so they're saying that's what makes them look unusual. I really wish they did just say skin. At last, it's the time for my genius invention, Skinwalker Spray, to shine. Granted, that's not usually shown properly, sadly. Yeah. You just had to imagine that it's like in real life. I like how you call her A and not Cheetah. I guess if this real life, seeing dolls would be uncanny. So, I guess you can say we do have dolls in real life. We have seen robots with synthetic skin, or rather, they have made them already. And yeah, it does look uncanny. It actually makes it very obvious. Soon, Tsulolo is watching QJ and Chia approaching the gangway through her binoculars. Greetings. Your identification, please. QJ hands the guard the ID card with her left hand. Her right is behind her back, feeling for her dagger. The guard eyes QJ warily. Is there something wrong with them? Are you not feeling well? I feel a little hot under those searchlights. Be quick about it, please. The guard sticks the card into the reader. There is a quiet beep, and the word "success" appears on the screen. We apologize for your discomfort, madam. Welcome aboard the NV Novalis, madam. We hope you have a wonderful night. Thank you. QJ nods and collects the ID card. Then she gently drags Cheetah along into the depths of the cruise liner. Yeah. Let me just show, since we're on that subject, let me just show one. It should be on Twitter, actually. Yeah, this is what I saw. Here. I'm gonna pull this up just so you guys can see it. So for... Oh wait, hold on. I had to reset the thing. Reset the transformation. Here we go. Yeah, this. It looks a little uncanny, right? Is it an AI video? No. Just to show the post here. Yeah. I mean, ever since AI started being a thing, this is like the first thing companies started trying to do. Make human robots, or make humanoid robots, because people desperately want companionship. Easily. Oh, I just looked this up. Yeah, okay, yeah, this is AI. Yeah, this is AI. Never mind. That was the one I saw, though.
The healthier and more
Okay, so instead, this is what I found. This one's real.
comes to
I think this is the closest we got so far. Why it has glands? I don't know, honestly. Other than the fact that they want to make it look as human as possible. Hear me out, Dylan. No. Okay, yeah, they're just revealing that it actually is a robot and it's not like a person, or rather a human. Yeah, you can clearly see here. Yeah, I see here. I think it's the subtitles are saying, because I'm not listening to the video itself. They're saying that this has something more tangible next year. So we're actually really close to seeing actual dolls becoming a real thing. We're actually insanely close, to be honest. I would not be surprised if it cost that much. I'm ready. Oh yeah, just before we continue, apparently, according to this post, many people in the audience and also on Twitter said that there's no way that this is a robot. This is natural human, just based on how the robot was walking in a very human way. That's why they showed off. Cutting basically the robot's skin and stuff like that. Just to show that, nope, this is a natural robot. You got Elon Musk robots. Yeah, there we go. Let's continue. That was a pretty big tangent. Sorry about that, guys. I just thought it was really interesting. The liner's interior is decorated in a Baroque style, with crystal chandeliers hanging high overhead, filling the hall with brilliant illumination. Guests in fancy clothing hold flutes of champagne as they converse in small groups. The sound of laughter and clinking glasses fill the air. Boston Dynamics and some other robot firms had done things this close before. Maybe not like this human-like. I'm pretty sure. I'm sure, but I have seen what you're talking about, like, especially with Boston Dynamics. Like, I have seen, I think they're the ones that had that robot that can literally do parkour. But it did not look human, is the thing. Or rather, it wasn't trying to be one. That's not what it was designed for. QJ and Cheetah only draw a few aside glances. A few... Okay, that's not the correct word. QJ and Cheetah only draw a few side glances as they enter the hall. Those guests who notice them merely raise their glasses and salute before turning away to re-immerse themselves in the revelry. Yeah. Wow. Is this how the rich people throw parties? Look at all this luxury. Leader, look. They decorated this wall with collapse pieces. Can we grab a few on our way out? Lower your voice, Cheetah. There are many guests and security personnel here. We need to keep a low profile and avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Inline security robots roll between them in an orderly manner. They split up and slowly roll into the areas to the left and right. QJ watches them as they head into the depths of the hall. If the left contains the dining hall and shopping areas, while the right has the bar and the lounge. Which one are we going to check out first, leader? Time is tight, so for efficiency's sake, I think we should split up. Cheetah, you go left and I'll go right. Meet back here in 10 minutes. Got it. See you later then. The bar that adjoins the casino is livelier than the main party hall. The guests gather in small groups, and occasional laughs escape them. Some of the guests are red-faced with anger, loudly bemoaning their luck or lack thereof. Apple juice, please. QJ takes a drink from a passing waiter's tray and leans on the bar, quietly listening to the conversation between the guests. Soon, her attention is drawn by a nearby commotion. Hey, barkeep! Give me and my friend a glass of Lafite. QJ looks to the side. Two businessmen are walking in front of the bar entrance, arm over shoulders, headed for the counter. Upon noticing what's going on, the people around them seem to be either afraid or in awe of their status, because they have immediately cleared a path for them and give their pair a wide berth. Haven't seen you here in so long. Where you been recently? Yeah, I had some business on my family side, so I had to attend a whole bunch of gatherings and parties. Took a lot of doing to get free, let me tell you that. Oh, but isn't that the fun? About as fun as a hole in my head. They were all boring as hell. In the end, it's this place that suits me best. After all, there are some events that you can only find here. They're the only things that really get my blood going. The rich man taps the table with a knuckle and then points down. The two of them exchange knowing smiles. Yeah, that's right. And there's not even getting into his nice special events. It should be about time, right? The rich man looks at his watch. The gemstone set into the hand glisten with a crimson light. He laughs, then takes an exquisitely made metal box from his coat pocket, revealing a neat row of gold casino chips. Since we got some time, why don't we go do something fun to whet our appetites? The card tables have been boring as hell during the past few weeks without you. It'd be my pleasure. A hint of excitement crosses the wealthy man's face. He nods, snatches up a glass and drains it in one gulp. He then adjusts his suit while the other man passes his shoulder. The two of them get up and head towards the casino. Before long, they're lost in the flow of humanity. UJ places her empty, long-stemmed glass on the counter before nodding to the bartender and withdrawing to the main hall. At the same time, Cheetah returns to the dining hall. Leader, listen to me. I found two really weird things. UJ nods, indicating that Cheetah should continue. Remember what Little said about seeing humans with doll partners at the port? But I didn't see any dolls in the main hall? Where did they all go? Now that you mention it, I've only seen the humans here too. See? If Lynn were taken onto this ship by that guy, she would have been put somewhere out of sight with all these other dolls. Keeping track of the dolls' movements is definitely important. Well done, Cheetah. That's a very important clue. I got more awesome stuff in store. Take a look at the pictures I managed to secretly take with my microcam. The picture shows a security robot back access port. At the magnification, they can clearly make out this serial number on it. G&L Beta. That's the model we saw in the mansion. One of those robots Mr. Holtz ordered from the Gerard group. Oh yeah, didn't Tololo say these models weren't being marketed by the Gerard Group? Don't tell me. This entire ship is Gerard Group property? That's definitely possible. However, it's also possible that the Gerard Group merely lent technical assistance to the ship operators. Regardless of which case turns out to be true, the one thing that we know for sure is that this ship is firmly linked to the Gerard Group. Suddenly, a long hum fills the air. It seems to be coming from overhead. What's going on? The humming gets louder, but the guests seem completely used to this and do not respond in any way. Just then, QJ's communicator beeps. She picks up the call and hears Tololo's voice. Leader, the gangway's guards just returned to the vessel, and the gangway's been closed up. It seems the ship is about to weigh anchor. No wonder we heard that strange noise. It must be the vessel's air horn. I'll have Miss Hellion arrange for vehicle support so I can continue supporting you at sea. I'm concerned that the situation might spiral out of control once the ship's fleet support, so please be careful. Understood. It turns out, I have some things I need you and Miss Hellion to investigate too. UJ's briefs Tololo on everything she's learned so far. So you want to look into the link between this Novalis, Mr. Holt, and the Gerard Group. Got it. Also, I have some input on a potential location of the dolls that I'd like to share with you. In the next moment, QJ receives a quick sketch of the liner's structure. Observations of the exterior suggest that the liner is divided into 3 main decks, marked 1F, 2F, and B1. Passengers can only board the vessel via one route. In other words, via the 1F deck where you all are at now. Then what about 2F? What are they doing up there? Thermal scans indicate that 2F contains servers, so my guess is that it has a functional purpose similar to a server room, a command center, and other such facilities. However, I'm suspicious of the B1 deck. The part that's below the waterline? Yes. There's a hidden passage on 1F, which appears to be deleted to B1. It's very heavily guarded and there's lots of workers' traffic moving through it. Measurements of the cargo they're moving show that they are very similar in size to dolls. In other words, Lind is most likely to be in B1. Leader, since we know where the entrance is, why don't we hurry over right now? We'll take out the door guards and rush straight in. After studying the number of security robots patrolling the main hall, QJ shakes her head. Tololo, are there any guests leaping through that entrance? No, only workers. But it's not just the dolls. I don't see their Onos either. That's where the problem lies. The fact that these guys can move through suggests that there must be a VIP route from 1F to B1. We just don't know where it is. QJ's eyebrows narrow as she recalls what happens earlier in the bar. When that wealthy guest said, "this place," he pointed down. And then the look of interest when he flashed those gold casino chips. Looks like there's a big secret behind the bar. Cheetah, let's head over to the casino. It's very likely that the B1 entrance is hidden there. Let's see. A robot when it gets close to a magnet. Oh no. Dies. I will say this. We are going to get robots. Straight up. Like actual, like we are going to get to as close to doll as possible. Like 1,000,000% in real life. It's going to happen one way or another. Now, what that means is a big question. Because I think the one big thing that people may not realize is not just that companies want robots because it'll overall be cheaper. You don't have to pay robots. One of the dreams that a lot of people have is that they don't want to work at all. Like even me, I don't really want to work a 9 to 5, right? I only do it because I need money. In an ideal world, well, I shouldn't even say ideal because it's not even my ideal. But let's just say it that way. In an ideal world, robots would do all the work, and that'll free up a lot of time for people to do what they want to do. I will pay the robots a salary. Yeah, Pokey. That's a big thing too. So for me personally, I want what I'm doing right now to be a job. Like I literally feel like I'm at my best. I'm living my best life whenever I make video content and I stream and I just talking to people in general. Like I want that to be my career, honestly. I do have like kind of sort of a smaller thing I want to do, which is that I do want to develop computers and all that stuff, but that's more of like a hobby that could make money. That's not really like a full-on passion like how I do with streaming and content creation and stuff like that. Just talking. Like more or less, if I can go on TV and just talk, I think I would have to be really good at that. No lie. If I didn't need to have a job, I would have more time to progress through that. Now, of course, the big answer here is that what you should do is go back in time and actually develop yourself to do that stuff, and don't waste so much time doing things that you don't need to do. But life is life. Now, if you have robots that are able to do the mundane tasks, and you don't have to pay them, ideally speaking, that gives the government a lot more methods to basically give people money or have money overall be less valuable. So things like art and creativity and, you know, all that stuff, it has much higher value. But unfortunately, reality doesn't work like that, and it's way more nuanced and complicated. that said, robots are coming, and what I would tell most people is that if you want to actually be relevant in the world, the main thing you should be developing is programming skills, and skills that are irreplaceable. So, for instance, robots can't develop themselves to be smarter. Robots can't develop themselves to, or rather, yeah, robots can't develop themselves to self-develop. At least not right now, anyways. So, and of course, robots, there needs to be some way to keep robots in check, or AI in check. So, no matter what, if you get into programming, you're going to be highly relevant for like decades. And stuff like, you know, AI stealing art or whatever, or copying art, however you want to call it, they would need, what the government should do, or what people should do overall, is do royalty rights. So it's like, hey, if you want this AI to use my art, you're going to have to pay me for that stuff. You know, adapt and all that stuff, because no matter what people say, AI is going to become much more ingrained in our lives if it hasn't already. And then eventually we're going to see actual robots in the real world. Maybe not in my lifetime, but definitely in the next lifetime. Thanks for making my wife. I think people are too reliant on Grok for answers. I love using Grok as a translator. But otherwise, I find Grok to be more or less just a glorified search engine. It's a really good search engine, by the way, but that's all I really see it as. Grok, is this true? Yeah, that's just, it does happen a lot, yeah. Okay, let me continue. Oh yeah, like I know that for a fact. I know that for an absolute fact. AI can be wrong. AI is wrong a lot of the time. And the thing is that sometimes they don't even know that they're wrong, and you have to tell them that they are wrong. I would know for a fact because that's what my job used to be, is that I would actually test AI and try to make it slip up, more or less. And it is so easy to make them slip up. It's actually brain dead easy. And I'll tell you this for sure. Chat GPT is wrong a lot of the time. Grok is more accurate most of the time. But neither will tell you that they made a mistake unless you tell them that they made a mistake. The humming of fans, the beeping of machinery, the rush of liquids through pipes. Surrounded by these sounds, Lynn slowly opens her eyes. Damn it, my head hurts. The room before her is dark. The surrounding walls are covered in displays, whose flickering images radiate a ghostly blue light that dimly illuminates the interior. Nixon, actually true. I said the same thing. So I gave it I asked for some information, and I saw that it was wrong, and then I typed in, "Are you sure you are correct?" And it said, "Yes, I am correct. I have done the research." And then I give them like the proof that it's wrong. It's like, "Oh, I am sorry. Thank you for pointing that out. Allow me to recorrect myself." She's never seen this place before. Guys are rage baiting her butt. Where am I? Ah, you're finally awake. How do you feel? Lynn shudders and sees an unfamiliar voice speaking directly into her ear and reflexively reaches for her gun, only to find that she is securely bound to the chair she's in. The chair slides along the ground for some distance, and the shrill sound of metal grinding against the metal fills the air. Oh, we're going to get big booba robots, I'm telling you. The man laughs sadistically as she watches Lynn struggle. No need to be so anxious. I'll give you your gun back later. Lynn looks at the side and sees a man in fancy clothes leaning against the control console, a mocking smile on his face. He has one hand in his pants pocket and holds a long stem glass in the other, blissfully savoring the fragrance of the wine within. Then realizes it doesn't look as good as an anime. Anime never looks good in real life. Like, have you seen people actually use makeup and lenses to change their face and have an anime face? You know, like the Moe blob? Nah, it looks genuinely awful. So that's just an anime thing. The man slowly raises his head and exhales a long, slow breath. Even the best wine only shows its true worth in the eyes of a man who understands it. Similarly, even the most powerful doll can only show its true power when wielded by a capable master. If I were you, I'd feel honored to have been chosen by a professional like me. That got your tongue? Are you in such awe of my presence that you cannot muster up the ability to speak? No, it's just that you're trying so hard to be cool and all you're doing is being cringe instead. Is this what passes for businessmen these days? Have you fallen so low that you resorted to kidnapping dolls? You really do anything to make a quick buck, won't you? The corner of the man's mouth twitches visibly. Just wait for the furries. He takes a deep breath and forces a smile on his face once again. It looks like I'll need to properly introduce myself. My name is Carl Holtz, a genius who made best-selling toys at the age of 6. Even adults should have heard my name when the magazine published this. Carl? Who's that? Not Harl. Carl! No, doesn't ring a bell. So, what does it have to do with abducting dolls?
My father, Yakov Holtz, is the supervisor of the Juraku's robotics R&D department. You should understand what that means, right? Our family hasn't fallen so far that we need to kidnap dolls to sell for money. So you're not a failure of a businessman. You're a failure of a nepo baby then? If your aim was to bring me here so I would praise you, you picked the worst person imaginable for the job. Carl's mouth twitches even more intensely now. Her outfit will look weird. Her outfit will look hot. Like, the outfit we've easily seen already. Like, we are seeing cosplay of it. He takes deep breaths before he speaks again. Let me say again, I am not going to sell you off, so stop calling me a failure. Cosplay of who? M4. I simply want you to do me a favor, Miss Lind. Tonight, there's going to be an arena match in the depths of the cruise liner. I want you to help me win the match so I can make a point to my father. The confusion in Lind's eyes grows, but Carl gets more and more excited. He begins a long spiel without bothering to ask Lind if she wants to hear it. The cruise liner you're on is actually a cathedral of entertainment for those in our rarefield social class. And here, money, power, position, everything that can be wagered. And the most exciting bets are placed on the arena match that you will soon participate in. I don't believe anyone can resist that temptation. What do you mean by arena match? Does that involve fighting? I have no idea why people are so captivated by these primitive displays of violence. And I have been even less idea where you're getting your confidence from, thinking that everything going to come up roses just because you kidnap a doll. You don't get it. A genius like me only makes a move after crafting a 100% foolproof plan. Since the arena match is a contest of strength, there is no question that tactical dolls have an advantage over civilian dolls. Unfortunately, most tactical dolls are employed by the military, a government organization, and I have no desire to antagonize the government. Neither do I possess the strength to face off against the military. Therefore, Carl's eyes gleam with madness as he slowly walks around to the rear of the chair and plants his hands on Lind's shoulders. My best choice was a small PMC like yours, with no funding or official backing, which won't make waves even if an incident occurs. Why did you make him sound French? Those robots I stationed at the mansion were part of a test I arranged. Congratulations, Miss Lind. Your combat performance has won my highest approval. A small PMC won your approval? Lind has no idea where to start picking his words apart. You're an adult, right? Do you even know about Griffin and Kruger? 10 years ago, Griffin was the premier PNC in the country, and you are still probably playing with literal dolls somewhere. And this planet of yours is so full of holes, it is more like a fishing net. 100% foolproof, my ass! For example, if I hadn't gone to sell off that card, wouldn't your plan have derailed right from the start? But in the end, you went out and tried to sell it, right? That just proves my plan worked. Even if you haven't taken the card, then I would have uncancelled my future commissions with Griffin and continue to try to lure you out. As long as I could get you away from Griffin, I have a chance to make my move. Carl begins rambling to himself. The mania in his eyes gradually fades, replaced by gloominess. The Viegas were useful for that, at least. Offer enough then, and they'll solve any kind of problem for you. If you hadn't mentioned Gerard Group just now, I probably had mistaken you for some stupid playboy. If you actually think those Viagra thugs can be trusted, are you retarded? Lynn's a gamer. How the hell did the Gerard Group manage to produce a failure like you? Shut up! Carl's expression shifts, and he tightens his grip on Len's shoulders. The sudden pain forces Len to frown. Shut up, shut up, shut up! Stop calling me a failure! You're the same as all those people in the Gerard Group. All you do is piss me off. I was like, who the fuck is Celia? Let's go, gamer word. I thank everyone here for taking time out of your busy schedules to take part in this charity gala. I'd like to use this opportunity to introduce my son, Carl. By the way, I really don't care about his backstory, but maybe y'all do. The toy he developed is a bestseller on the market, and all proceeds from the sales will be donated in full to our charity foundation. Come, Carl, say hello to all the nice people. Hello, everyone. I expected nothing less of Madame Holz's boy. He is clearly extraordinary, even at a tender age of 6. I'm sure he'll be running a corporation on his own by the time he turns 26. How blessed you are, madam. But of course, it's only natural that Madame Holz's son should be a rare genius. Why don't you say a few words, young Carl? We like to bask in your genius. Thank you Thank you all for coming to attend my wife's funeral. To honor my wife's dying wishes, I will shoulder the legacy of the Holz family and strive to restore its glory. My condolences, Mr. Yakov. It is truly a shame that your wife was taken from us in the prime of her life. I cannot imagine the sorrow that you and the young Master Carl must be going through now. Father, I want to see Mother. Where is she? Is Mother not coming back? Silence, Carl! Stop whining like a little bitch! My apologies, it seems we have shown you an unseemly side of ourselves. Oh, here comes the failure of the Holz family. Still playing with toys at this age. The Holz boy never really grew up, did he? Why don't you say a few words, Carl? Teach us how a spoiled failure who doesn't even care about how pathetic he is. The experimental funds I gave you were so you could develop mechanical products that would contribute to the Gerard Group, not to waste on playing house. I wasn't expecting you to make a decent copy of that doll, but are you saying you can't even figure out a way to defeat it? Is that it? How the hell you give birth to such a bitch like you? I am Carl Hurltz, the heir to the Holtz family. It's one thing if father just looks down on me, but for a mere doll to do the same, what right do you have to criticize me?
The hands gripping Lynn's shoulder suddenly lets go, and then a fist bristles through the air before slamming into the side of Lynn's head. The impact of the fist and her head hitting the back of the chair briefly dazes her. Lynn turns and looks Carl straight in his angry, bloodshot eyes. That's a screenshot. Thank you. You mad, bro? For the heir to the whole family went to all this expense just to capture a mere doll. Doesn't seem very smart to me. And besides, why exactly should I do all this? Why exactly should I do what you tell me? I can control those berserk robots. I have access to the Draku's latest technology. You've already seen those robots before. They were under my control, so you will too. Carl kicks a button on the back of Lynn's chair. The surface of the armrest and the back of the chair slides open, revealing a dense network of cables within. They coil and wrap around Lynn until she is tightly bound. It is created liberty. She did not say that in the NCN. Yeah. Yeah, it is created liberty. And honestly, I like it. Right after that, a powerful electrical current pours into her frame. Oh yeah, she also didn't say retarded in the original version. Yeah. Pain fills Lynn's neural cloud, and she can't help but grunt that. She can't help the grunt that escapes her. Carl slowly walks around Lynn until he stops in front of her. You're right. I didn't need to catch your ordinary PFC doll. After all, an ordinary doll wouldn't have given me such an amusing reaction. You, on the other hand, are a different story. After all, you're a ULSD test type with sensory feedback comparable to that of a human being's. Isn't that right, SIC-012? Huh? Lynn hasn't heard the designations ULSD and SIC-012 in a long time. Her pupils suddenly contract as she hears them spoken once again. The experimentation regime she endured as the ULSD was a nightmare that constantly haunted her. She never revealed that part of her past to anyone apart from the commander. How did you? Lynn wants to ask just where he learned that information from, but the agony in her frame keeps her from speaking. All she can do is watch as he takes out a remote control, and see him smile coldly as he presses a button on it. Streams of data and electrical current slams into Lynn. He read it on the wiki. Goddamn wiki. Her pain is amplified numberless times. Carl's body seems to distend away in an instant, only to pull back in front of her as though in slow motion. Junk data washes over Lynn like a flood, filling her neural cloud and assaulting her level 2 layer. The tearing pain of the force override process pours into every corner of her frame. Her visual modules shut down amidst the pain, and her vision fills with a cold white light. Lynn struggles to see amidst the radiance, but all that greets her is an endless void. Countless elites appear out of the virtual nothingness, slowly creeping towards her. Things looking very bad for her indeed. Damn it! The only good thing about all of this is she has a trusty Auto 12 in hand, and with it, her confidence returns to her. Lynn raises her gun. I can't die. I will not die. Not here. Frames? Where are you? Hey! Hey! Boshi Boshi.
これがあなたの最後の輝き。楽にしてあげる。こっちこっち。今だ。戦場は片付いた。皆の者、よくやったな。
I can't believe how much of a meme that became. Texas Hold'em, blackjack, electronic dice, slot machines, roulette tables. They really do have everything here. The illumination from the luxurious decorations and lurid lighting melt together as gamblers move back and forth between tables, lost in this hollow enjoyment. QJ and Cheetah dart between the crowd, searching for a clue about how to get the B1 deck. Or to the B1 deck. Those two rich patrons I saw at the bar earlier are gone. Leader, look, do you think they were here? They went there? QJ looks where Cheetah is pointing. A pair of black-suited guards are standing in front of a granite-looking door. This door seems quiet and sedate compared to the liveliness of the rest of the casino. There's something written on it. Let me see. VIP area. Only for guests with gold chips. Wow, what's this VIP area? And what are those gold chips? Is there a super casino in there or something? When that wealthy guest mentioned a special event, he flashed a stack of chips which looked like they were made of gold. It looked really suspicious. Looks like we'll need to think of a way to get in there. Cheetah, how much cash do you have on hand that we can exchange for chips? Right now, about 500 credits worth, I guess. But later, that's the last of my candy fund. Could you help make up for the rest? I don't have much cash on hand either. All we can do is hope that gold chips don't cost too much to redeem. QJ and Cheetah pull their cash and then head to the casino's cage. Welcome, ladies. Will you be buying chips tonight? How much are the gold chips? The dealer smiles and pulls back the red cloth inside the cage, gesturing to the labeled numbers below. It is as you see. 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros. Holy cow, 5 zeros? So each one is 100 grand? That's insane! You might as well just grab a gun and rob people at this point. QJ ignores Cheetah's protest. Her expression is one of sincerity, a serenity. Understood. I'll buy 2,000 credits worth of chips for now. Thank you. Cheetah squeezes the 2 little chips they bought in her fist and drags QJ off to a corner of the casino. Clearly, she has something to say. Is this actually happening, leader? Did our money disappear just like that? And even after all that, we only got these 2 measly little chips. Are you seriously planning to win 100,000 credits with a stake of 2,000? I was, actually. Huh? Are you for real? Then we should just hold up everyone here. It'll be faster that way. I mean, when it comes to gambling, we'll be totally screwed if we lose just once, right? Cheetah, you forgot the most important thing. What's that? You mean like how we can claim anything we lose from caretaker's caretaker as a business expense? No. What's important is that we won't lose. Saying so, QJ takes the chips from Cheetah before flipping them up in the air and neatly catching them. We are dolls, and that's why we will not lose. For a moment, Cheetah stares blankly at the gleaming confidence in QJ's eyes. Then, she gets what QJ is hinting at. A wicked grin spreads across Cheetah's face as she rubs against QJ. I get it. So you're gonna cheat then? Is that it, leader? It's not cheating. Just levering our advantages as dolls. QJ looks at the card table in the distance. I was observing how the tables were distributed in the casino. Each one has 5 dealers and a supervisor, and they have IR scanners under each table to keep players from cheating. We probably won't have much luck trying to pull off sleight of hand at the gambler's table. The slot machines are fully automatic and appear to be a good choice, but there's too many punters around them. And there's no way we can do anything with so many eyes watching. Huh? Doesn't that mean we're out of options? We still have this. QJ exchanges a look with Cheetah, and then they approach one of the electronic tables. Upon detecting someone nearby, a mechanical arm lifts a touchscreen and presents it to the pair. QJ taps it, and the edges of the table light up. The hologram of a virtual dealer appears over the center of the table and bows to them. Esteemed guest number 03425, welcome to the Carnival Cubic DB01 online entertainment system. Please select the game you would like to play and insert your chips in the slot on the right. During the game, please refrain from striking, damaging, or attempting to disassemble the machine. Since it's a network device, we should be able to hack it through level 2. The plan is to stop the data pertaining to the failures and only let the successful data through. Oh? So you're saying we can directly access the casino network and mess with the results? Precisely. The Giraffe Group provided this special service for gamblers who had difficulties going to offline casinos, but it's turning out to be a godsend for us instead. QJ smiles and slips her chips into the machine. The dice on the screen begins spinning at high speed. Let's go for the mode with the simplest rules, high and low. I estimate 6 rounds to be enough for us to recover 2,000 to 100,000 credits. Why don't we maintain this signal spoofing for longer? Wouldn't that be better? We'll trigger the system alerts if we do that for too long. It's less risky this way.
All we need to do is work fast on level 2. Are you ready, Cheetah? The game's about to begin. Come on! This genius has been waiting for this. Are these the dice programs for the Carnival Cubic? They're small and square and pretty cute. Cheetah, don't get careless. I can only spoof the error signals for a few rounds. We need to take care of this ASAP. So that means we can gain points but not lose them? Relax, leader. I won't hold you back. Playing games is serious business for me. Yeah, I definitely want more battle music, or stage music, from Vanguard Sounds. When they're given the chance to, they can make some pretty good bangers. The spinning die gradually slows down and eventually comes to a halt, with the 6 facing up. The Carnival Cubic machine plays upbeat music. Ding ding ding. Congratulations on winning again, guest number 03425. Do you wish to continue betting? We scored the 100k we need. Let's wrap things up. BJ clicks the quit button, and a flood of chips pour out of the chute amidst the sound of the clinks and beeps. Wow! Leader, we're rich! Huh? Cheetah takes out the sole golden chip from the pile. Its mass takes her by surprise. Wait a minute! I think this chip is made from actual gold. Is it Jiraku giving these out just like that? Well, 100,000 credits is pretty close to the price you pay for actual gold. Is that how it is? Then this place is a gold mine! I wish we had more time to earn more. Then we can hand it to Caretaker's caretaker. Kia's muttering is interrupted by an alert. BJ turns away to take Tolo's call. Leader, the cruise ship has come to a halt in a bay that's surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. A bay that's fenced by mountains? Choosing such a well-hidden location suggests that their special event isn't something they want others to see. That's what Miss Hellion said too. She sent 2 support echelons and a helicopter over. We're currently shadowing the liner. If anything happens, we'll be able to support you ASAP. Alright. Be careful. Don't let the external guard spot you. Understood.
We've almost finished analyzing this vessel structure. I'll send a 2D map to you later. Once you find land, you can evac by following the indicated route. I'll pick you up on the deck. Good work, Lolo. You're almost as efficient as this genius. Huh? Why is anyone talking? After a brief silence, Tololo awkwardly clears her throat. Also, I learned something about the matter you asked me to investigate. What'd you find? The Nivalis belongs to a toy company. It's a place that the company uses to host charity events, and many media outlets have reported on it. Its CEO, Madame Celia, would often bring her son Carl to these events. The toys Carl created have also made the news. The heir to a toy company. So in other words, that Mr. Holtz? That's right. Carl's full name is Carl Holtz. The contact information he gave to Griffin was correct. But why would someone who wants a charity want to kidnap Lind? Also, the inside of this building is about as far as from non-profit as you can get. You're right, it isn't connected to a charity at all, because Madame Celia passed away from an illness 6 years ago, and her toy company went down with her. Currently, the ownership of the liner has been transferred to Carl's father, Yakov. Oh, I remember that name. He was that jerk who was building robots for the Gerard crew. So you're saying this kidnapping was masterminded by a father and a son duo? Something's not quite right. After putting together all the information Tololo has given, QJ falls silent for a while. Since Carl's father is a Gerard Group researcher, he ought to have a way to get these berserk robots under control. Why did he go out of his way to get a PMC to clean up his earnings, his mess? Could he have been trying to get us to pick up that ID card? That would make it even weirder. Given the Gerard Group's wealth and power, they would definitely have access to in-house prepared military forces. They wouldn't need to hire criminals like the Viegers, and they most certainly wouldn't need to resort to such roundabout means to kidnap Lind. The most likely possibility is that Carl didn't want to draw the group's attention, and all this was simply a personal initiative. So you're saying Yakov doesn't know about this? Indeed. Everything's been going smoothly all night, from boarding the vessel to the ID check. Even the ship's security forces have been replaced by robots for the most part. I think it's less like he doesn't know, and more like he's not on the ship at all. Both sides of the line go silent. Well, even if we know all this, we still don't know what the kidnappers are trying to accomplish. There's still too much that we don't know. All we can do is head down to the B1 deck and see if we can find more clues there. Yep, seeing is believing after all. Let's go, go, go! After ending the transmission with Tololo, QJ and Cheetah arrive at the Door Mart VIP area. Can we go in?
1 moment, please.
The security guard takes the gold chip and presses it to a sensor on the door. There's a beep, and then the door slowly slides open, revealing a lavishly decorated elevator.
Please proceed, ladies.
It's a lift. Looks like our guest was on the mark. I hope we'll be able to see Lynn soon. The pair enter the elevator while holding these thoughts in their hearts. The heavy doors separate the inside and the outside like a wall. There's a muffled commotion behind the door, as though the sounds are being muffled by some invisible membrane. As a feeling of weightlessness from the elevator descent grows, the noise becomes clearer. Hums. Until the elevator comes to a halt and the door slowly opens. Shouts and screaming fill the air, and a mix of sweat, blood, and stimulants hit them in the face like a physical blow. What on earth is this place? Unlike the brightly lit 1F, B1 is dimmed with blood-red lighting. In the center is a huge circular arena surrounded by maniacal fans. Their formal attire cannot hide their bloodlust in their eyes. The sounds of cheers and curses blend together, as though this is their paradise of release. And in the arena, a red doll and a blue doll are engaged in combat. The payout odds for both sides fluctuate on the overhead screen, and the shifting numbers have their audience in their grasp. It's as though the entire B1 deck is in the grip of some indescribable frenzy. How could this be happening? Don't tell me they kidnapped Lynn to... Oh! Suddenly, an ear-splitting cheer comes from the crowd. QJ and Cheetah look towards the arena. The red doll has her foot firmly planted on the blue doll's head, and the shiny floorboards reflect her crushed, distorted face. The red doll raises her sword high, aims for her opponent's shoulder joint, and forcefully drives her weapon home. Wah! The blue doll's right arm is parted from the rest of her body, and she rolls several meters away, coming to a halt at the edge of the arena. The disarmed blue doll curls up on the ground, moaning in pain. The doll's pitiful cries are immediately drowned out by the cheers of the audience. In the very next moment, the big screen above in the ring zooms in on the red doll's cold eyes.
私がいれば何も心配
Na
なし
na 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 na. Yeah, Vanguard sound does a lot for Girls Frontline 1, actually. Yep, that's a hell would escape. It's even... No, what Overly Spins is actually worse. It's way worse than that, actually. Oi? You awake? Lynn's blank eyes open. She turns her head jerkily towards the voice. Protocol activated. Target identification module successfully loaded. Awake then, are you? Carl presses a button on his remote. There's a crisp click, and the bindings on the electric chair disengage. Stand up and walk around. Lynn stands up and mechanically walks around the room, then awaits Carl's next command. Turn in place, then sit back down. After seeing Lynn execute his command to the letter, Carl claps his hand in delight. I didn't think that beta virus would be so effective. Even a rush copy at 45% of this code segments is still enough to control a doll's neural cloud. No wonder these defects in the doll in the arena all fight like they possess once they get infected by it. Why did Dad set up such good stuff like this instead of giving it to me? Good stuff? I was just pretending to space out, and he totally fell for it. Seems a bit too easy, doesn't it? What a stupid moron of a Nepo baby. Once again, Lynn lambasts Carl's intelligence in the confines of her mind. Yeah, forget it. This actually helps bypass all kinds of problems. I might be able to get him to spill the beans on something too. That data assault on my level 2 just now was massive. If I hadn't fought back in time, I know Cloud would really have been overwritten. What's because the virus code was incomplete? Still, wasn't this virus targeted towards Gerard dolls? I was built by IOP, so why was it affected against me? Could it be that Gerard dolls use the same base layer technology as IOP dolls? Before Lynn can reach a conclusion, Carl gives her another order. Oi, doll, come here. I'll tell you about the arena rules and your opponent tonight. Here it comes. Let me see what exactly you're up to. Lynn walks over to Carl's side. While Lynn was mentally prepared for what she might see in an arena, the sight before her still hits her hard. The screen shows a camera feed. In it, a red-colored doll with bunny ears is viciously chopping a doll on the ground to bits. It exemplifies cruelty, violence, and savagery. Just about every frame of the video maxes out Lynn's tolerance for disgust. As you can see, there are no rules in Doll Arena. You can use any means to attack and freely destroy your opponent's frame. Simply put, whoever reduces their opponent to scrap wins first. Carl pushes the pause button. The freeze is frozen on an image at the moment when the red doll cuts her opponent in half at the waist. This is your opponent tonight, Krolik, who's known as K09 here. When a certain underground doll arena was all the rage in the green zones, he was one of the 2 most popular fighters here. Do you know what that is? Melee combat dolls are rare enough for starters. And her brutal combat fighting style was most entertaining. And of course, the more thrilling the show, the more the audience loved it. Unfortunately, the real Krolik escaped during an accident 8 years ago, and it was her partner, the other most popular fighter there, who helped her flee. Wait, our Krolik? Yes. Yeah, that's all told in her Dusty Journal. Krolik was an arena doll. Oh, you mean like that? Yeah. No, the one that's in there now is a copy. Even though they usually tried their best to kill each other in the ring, they decided to be all buddy-buddy at a time like that. Dolls make me sick. Oh, also the one she got buddy-buddy with is Rita. Rita and Krolix were both arena dolls. Despite being created by humans, all they can think about is betraying humanity. Yeah, forget it. Why am I even telling a doll like you this? Paul throws up his hand in his aspiration. Who? Yes, her. The organization's finances haven't been doing too well recently, so in order to whet the investors' appetite, Daz modified one of the Krolik replica's frames into the K09 unit. It preserves the original Krolik's fighting style to the maximum extent. Even her swing force is a 1-to-1 match. Unsurprisingly, K09 is undefeated in the arena. It's won 22 consecutive matches so far, and its total winnings are a jaw-dropping amount. I chose the Lunacia crack.
This is why I brought you here. I want you to replace the K09 and become the new King of the Ring. Do you understand what I'm trying to say here? What? So it was such a stupid fucking reason? This is why I hate unreasonable violence.
It takes great effort for Lynn to suppress her desire to throw up.
No. Not the time to fight back. If the commander were here, or even just leader, they told me not to be impulsive. I need to stay calm. The way you are now makes it hard for me to tell how much is actually getting through. If you understand, repeat what I just said. Understood. My mission is to help you destroy the doll that your dear father went all the effort to build. Yes, good.
Carl nods in satisfaction.
That tone, though, it sounds strange. Is sarcasm a factory default setting for you? Never mind, it doesn't matter. As long as you blow K09 apart with your shotgun, the audience will go crazy over you, and you'll become the new star of the underground with countless fans and followers. Meanwhile, I'll have the grounds to talk terms with father. I'll have proven that I can influence the family business, and that I'm the one who deserves to operate mother's cruise liner. How's that? Isn't that a win-win plan worthy of a genius?
Carl looks at Lynn's blank face and seems a little disappointed.
Fathers like this too. They either mock me or know me every day. Go ahead and talk. It doesn't matter if you're sarcastic or not. This is just too boring. For instance, you don't have any questions you want to ask me, right? Right, just ignore those unnecessary orders and ask what you want. You just said that having me to get rid of K09 was one of your goals, right? So firepower wasn't the real reason you picked me. Of course, if I wanted a fighter, buying a tactical doll from the black market would have been simple enough. But the arena isn't a battlefield, it's ultimately just a form of entertainment. The performance aspects of it are more important than the fighting elements. Like pain, for instance.
Carl chuckles, then taps the ULSD dossier on the table.
I know you run experimental units with simulated sensory organs, and your ability to perceive pain is beyond anything other dolls can match, let alone these fighters. Most of them are defects father produced in the process of producing 3rd-gen dolls. Most don't even have mature neural clouds modules loaded. They're failures in every sense of the word. While the beta virus does have a side effect of amplifying sensory feedback, they can only respond mechanically, which is far from what research-grade work demands. So even pain can become an object of scientific study. If the audience wants it, nothing is impossible. Oh, you should watch this. We'll be working together for a good long time anyway, so the more you understand, the better.
The scene on the monitor changes to a video log of an experiment. The shabbily dressed man is tied to a wooden rack, and a group of researchers in white coats are surrounding him. Commencing experiment number GR00237, now collecting data on the edge of theory. Think PNC goes into more detail about Lynn's design. Do I think? No. I know it goes into more detail about Lynn's design. That's where it actually came from. Research raises his scalpel and jabs it into the test subject. Blood sprays out and covers his screen. The test subject screams through the chamber, while the researchers look down at the clipboards and scribble notes, as though it was all just a footnote to completing their experiment. Experiment number GR00237 Control Group. Begin procedure. The scene shifts. The test subject is now a doll. Researcher jabs his scalpel into the doll's arm, once, twice, over and over again, until he has produced suffering like what that human endured. What? Why we're doing this? Lynn feels her neuroclock temperature spiking. If what she saw before was merely nauseating, what she's looking at now, it fills her with utter, boiling rage. The image of the test subject doll defocuses, disintegrates, then comes back together before her eyes, over and over again. The lingering pain from the virus awakens, traveling through her frame until it converges on her right arm. It's as though the scalpel has passed through the screen and is stabbing through her synth skin. It hurts. The last time I felt that was when... Len squeezes her eyes shut. Memories pour in like a tide. Those days and nights laced with the scent of antiseptics and all the helplessness and misery suddenly feel exceptionally real to her. She remembers the blindsidingly bright surgical lights, the ice-cold slap, the aloof looks on the researcher's face, and the way she curled up in the pain. Did she feel human life pleasure? I would assume so, actually. Because it's not just pain, it's overall just sensories. So I guess she would. She remembers the question she used to ponder back then. What did I feel back then when I was chosen as a test subject? Was it despair? Fear? Discontent? No. Back then I wasn't even self-aware enough to ask myself these questions. I even thought that my pain was the whole reason I existed. Just like these test subjects and these arena fighters. They're being treated as tools to be used and discarded by their masters. And they think it's perfectly natural. But I know better now. I know this isn't right. I met people who showed me the truth, giving their all with correct words and correct actions in order to show that what was done to me was wrong. Lynn recalls the faces of many people. The commander, Lena, Elian, the others from Frostfall, and many others, beside all friends, that she'd had the privilege of sharing her life with. If she hadn't met them, she would probably still be trapped in a place like this, existing only to suffer like in this video. So this time, it's my turn to... Just then, Carl's voice chimes in, taking Lynn out of her thoughts and back to reality. Hey, you haven't moved a muscle for 3 full minutes. What's the matter? Did you blue screen or something? Was the bat virus too strong? Did it burn out your neural cloud or something? Crap, I hope not. That'd be really bad. A series of rapid knocks interrupts his words, and a waiter voice speaks from outside the door. Master Carl, your father just called. It would be best if you attended to it immediately. What? Carl's voice falls instantly. He rushes over to the door and flings it open. The waiter on the other side is startled by the forcefulness of his actions. What do you say? Your father sounded quite angry and said he was on his way back, so I was worried that he might have found out about your plan. Did he go to Lviv with his staff to prepare for the technical summit? Didn't he say it was very important? How could he spare the time to come back? I'm not very sure.
Damn it, damn it, damn it! He's always ruined things for me at the most important moment! Take me to the deck, right now, and think of a way to delay him.
The door slams shut with a loud bang, and the voices of Carl and the waiter gradually fade into the distance. Lynn breathes a sigh of relief. And here was thinking about how to get rid of that arrogant young master. That phone call sure came in time. After that, Lynn connects herself to the command console and begins planning her next move. Fortunately, I still have the virus data that I copied from the mansion robots. Since the robots going out of control was caused by a virus, then uploading it to all the security robots on the ship to the central command console should trigger an uprising too. Once they all go berserk, I'll wait for the right moment to lead the dolls out of here and make our escape. Lynn looks at the clock on the wall and the endlessly progressing flow of time. While there are still many variables in the plan, given the situation, she'll just have to take things one step at a time. If I don't have time to decrypt the security routine, I'll just break through it by force. Yeah, we got a fair bit of backstory there. I actually forgot they went that in-depth with her backstory. Still, it goes into more detail in BNC. Which I still need to finish, actually. Now that I really think about it. Yeah, sunsetting it, more or less. Maintenance mode. Honestly, my main issue with BNC is just finishing stages take a really long time to do. So it's hard for me to actually squeeze that in my rotation. Since I'm playing so many other games. I'm out of coffee. Feels bad. I remember Ghost Online one day, it took a while to finish. Nowadays, not so much. But yeah, that's true. It was true. But nowadays, no, not so much. I'd say it takes like... Well, yeah, it still takes time compared to modern games. Because in modern games, you can finish dailies in like 5 minutes. 5 to 10 minutes. And 10 battles. So you can actually refresh those dailies and turn them into something else. That's why they don't take so long anymore. But yeah, I would say Ghost Online one days, if you really focus on it, is like we can auto it. It costs currency to do that though, which is a big thing. Like a lot of currency. You actually want to manual things most of the time. So I would say, generally speaking, when I was going hard in Ghost Frontline 1, I don't anymore because I don't need to build my account anymore to do the story. I would say it took me around 30 minutes to do all the dailies, I want to say. And 30 minutes seems fine, right? But even nowadays, that's still a long time. Exploration mode? Yeah, but like I said, that takes currency. Not as much as like doing sweeps of stages, but doing the exploration actually is pretty costly if you do it every day. Anyone else find it funny that we grew up with regular games and switch to gacha games? Yeah, actually. I think a large part of it is because, unironically, we grew up and it's hard for us, with all our responsibilities, it's hard for us to justify buying games all day. And gacha games are free. I might have just never noticed. True that, Nixon. True that. Yeah, I would say PNCs. Dailies take longer than Ghost Frontline 1 for sure. But I say, like, as far as dailies are concerned, I think the one that takes the longest is actually Uma Musume's, because they're asking you to do like 3 Grand Prix per day, and then plus the PvP dailies. Those take longer than an hour, but no one cares because the game is fun, like actually really fun, to be honest. I just don't have the time to play Uma Musume. Plus, making content for it. I'm not really interested in making content for it. If only Leader and the others were here. Doing this by myself is a pain. Present. They take no time at all, to be honest. So the dailies for Ghost Online 2 is fast. It's the account maintenance that take a long time. And that's a very big difference to make. So like in Ghost Frontline 2, you have your dailies, where basically you just spend your stamina, and then do the dispatches. And generally speaking, that's just about all you need to basically get like 100 on your dailies. But then you gotta do your platoon shit, and then you gotta do the PvP stuff. And then you have to, well, it's a weekly thing, not dailies, but you want to kind of do them like 1 per day, you get low on time. Phase Clash. And then you have, the hard mode stuff. I forgot the names of them. But basically the end-game stuff. You gotta do it on hard mode. It's actually a lot of time to do maintenance upkeep, or account maintenance, on Ghost Frontline 2. Fortunately, the virus is already doing its thing. A few more minutes and the ship's defense system will be completely paralyzed. What's the daily for Nikkei? So, Nikkei used to be something that would take time, but now it doesn't. They made things very easy. So basically, you just need to do dispatches, get your currency for the day, your idle currency, buy from the shop, do affinities, do affinities, and do your stuff on your friends list. And that should be enough to do 100 for your dailies. And that's like less than 3 minutes. Now, the account maintenance is still kind of lengthy, but it's nowhere near as much as Ghost Frontline 2. Because even the simulation now and the intersection battles, they can be swept. Yeah, they added that recently, so really it's really easy to maintain your accounts on Nikkei. I'm at a point now, well honestly, I shouldn't even say I'm at a point now. Ever since story difficulty came out, you basically don't need to do things anymore. You don't need to build up your account anymore unless you really want to get currency and do raids and stuff. So now that's purely an in-game thing for sweats. The people who want to play the story in Nikkei, they can just only log on for the story and they can be totally fine. Yeah, I agree, Pokey. I really wish that Gunsmoke was more convenient. Okay, let me continue. Maybe I can use this time to find the exact locations of the imprisoned dolls. Let me see. The database should be here, right? Ah, I found it. It's a blueprint of the ship's internal layout. And what are these next to it? Encrypted documents? I can't open them. Meh, I'll just copy them all and worry about them later. The hour hand on the room's clock has traveled quite some distance. The sound of hard leather shoes on metal passes is audible through the door, accompanied by Carl's cursing. Fuck! Fuck! Shit! Fuck! God damn it! Ah! Fucking hell! You useless bastard! Why would you make such a big fuss, though nothing happened? As the Master of Navalis, I order you to bring my match forward right now. What? No buts. And I don't want to... And I don't care what the backing people have to say about it either. You will begin the match before Father returns. Crap. That Carl guy is back. Workers copy 97%, 98%. Lynn fingers claw across the keyboard, her eyes darting between the monitor and the door faster and faster. Come on, just a little more! The progress bar fills with a beep. Lynn quickly closes the control terminal and takes a deep breath before quickly returning to her previous position. Gacha games are catching on. If you're made dailies for too long, people might end up dropping soon after. Yeah, pretty much. And that's mainly because a lot of the... honestly, me personally, I think dailies should just not be a thing at all. I think the actual incentive should just be on account maintenance, and that's it, pretty much. Like, of course, you have weeklies. I think weeklies are just a thing you should keep. If only because, well, it's a live service game and you kind of need something. But I think dailies as a whole are going to get phased out sooner or later. Carl storms in, then quickly glances around the room several times, but finds nothing to miss. Then he glares at Lynn. Are you awake? Protocol activated. Target identification module successfully loaded. Seeing Lin wake up from offline status soothes Carl's frazzled nerves somewhat. Show stats to shareholders? Yeah, probably. I mean, they got active. They have stats on active players though, so eh. Seeing Lin wake up from offline status soothes Carl's frazzled nerves somewhat. Seriously, screw that old fart. He keeps messing up my plans. I was planning to work on tactics, but the situation has changed, and it looks like we won't have time for that now. Our match has been brought forward. We're up next. Just as well. The virus should kick in around that time. Alright, I'll play with you then. Ignorant of Lin's intentions, Carl takes a breath, and then his confident smile returns to his face. This is your confident smile? Man, he looks like he needs to, like... It kind of looks like he's constipated, not gonna lie. Let's go. It's time we made our entrance.
これで好きなことをする時間ができましたね。
Hold on. A shitty ring floor. It is an arena. The red doll easily evades the last shot. The blue doll loses its other arm and doubles back, its neck spewing sparks. The red doll lunges forward, swinging her sword at the blue doll's vitals and delivering a fatal blow. In the next moment, the blue doll keels over, and the red doll ruthlessly stomps her underfoot. With the battle decided, the roars from the audience grow louder and louder, waves of sound echoing inside the compartment. Finish her! Finish her! Target discretion command. Load complete. Nyert! The red doll drives her hand into the blue doll's chest and with a burst of strength, rips out the opponent's still glowing heart. There is a crunch of electronic component splintering, and then the arena is filled with deafening screams. You know what? It feels like that they can never decide on if they want blood or not in dolls. Because in Ghost Frontline 1, they specifically say that, like, you know, some dolls are bleeding sometimes and stuff like that. I feel like they keep jumping back and forth on what they actually want with that. Oh! Red substance. In response to the audience's cries, the red doll raises the fragments of her opponent's heart into the air. Then she turns and vanishes backstage. I mean, it might depend on the model. Honestly, like, to be completely honest, I really think that red oil. Honestly, I really think it's not that. I really think it's just a matter of them just not deciding on what they want out of it. Hell diver oil. Leader, was the purpose of bringing all the dolls aboard this ship just so they could be thrown into this arena? I can't accept this. This is too much. How could something like this happen? I didn't expect the people behind the doll arenas to be this strong. Looks like that crackdown operation from back then didn't get rid of them. What do you mean, crackdown operation? Were there places like this before? Yes, I heard that doll arenas like these used to be really popular in green zones for a while. Back then, they were run by mobsters, and the purchases, modification, and smuggling of dolls on the black market was very common. But ever since Stake began their doll arena crackdown operation in 2067, such organizations began to decline, and the government began strengthening regulation of the use of tactical dolls. From the looks of things, they're back. They just fled to the border between the green and yellow zones. So those jerks from back then are walking around without a care in the world now? This isn't right! We can't be sure. Perhaps the monsters were replaced by the Gerard group. Perhaps both sides reached an agreement to split the profits. One thing we do know is that the people in charge of the arena are now the Gerard group, and their massive influence, power, and resources. I don't believe so, no. I don't think we ever read, or I ever read Krollik's Dusty Memory on stream. I read it on my own. I don't think I did on stream. The casino above us, no, I should say the entire cruiser liner, exists for the sake of this underground doll arena. QJ looks towards the ring. Workers are clearing up the doll wreckage from the arena. The sight makes QJ's voice more somber. There's no telling how many dolls have suffered like that in this place. We were lucky to be able to live under protection of Griffin, but we simply didn't know enough about the dark side of civilized society. Not to mention it, since this cruise for members only, all the people it serves are definitely wealthy or powerful, right? Maybe Gerard uses places like these to gain political leverage on them. Correct. I'm sure there are many deeply hidden dealings here that we haven't discovered yet. Damn it, I wish I could reveal all the bad deeds to the world. Hey, who turned out the lights? Suddenly, the lights above the audience seats go out one after another, from the outside inwards. In the darkness, a shaft of blinding light descends from above, illuminating the host. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the MV Novalis. Our Queen of the Ring, K09, will be taking a short rest, and she will return to give you an exciting show later on. To all our agents who wish to wager on the outcome, please proceed to the right of the ring within 10 minutes and place your bets on your gold chips on hand. No more do you need gold chips to get into this place, so that's what they're for. I'm sure many of our honored guests have lost their dolls during the course of the night's arena matches, and as such, we have a special offer for you. All guests who have fooled the contenders against K09 are entitled to a free trial of the group's latest batch of prototypes, codenamed GNL Beta, and enjoy the highest possible discounts tonight should they decide to purchase them. The host class and a carefully crafted advertisement trailer appears on the big screen. Rows of specially modified dolls walk into the frame, ranging from domestic models to entertainment types, and everything else in between. each with a different make and appearance. The only thing these dolls have in common is that they all have the same empty eyes as K09 does. As you can see, the dolls from the GNL beta patch have blank neural clouds, and their default beta programming makes them completely obedient to your instructions. That means they won't complain, won't refuse orders, and they definitely won't betray you. You can customize them to suit your personal preferences and needs, and allow them to be freely used. Of course, domestic models have all the combat functionality removed, so you can rest assured that your product is absolutely safe. Oh? Does that mean they won't even try to fight back? Of course. The host's voice slowly fades away, only to be replaced by twisted cheers and shouts from the audience. Some people are already planning on how to make full use of their new acquisitions. All kinds of deviant discussions filter through the air and make their way to QJ and Cheetah's ears. Holy shit. Are these people all perverts? I can't take it anymore.
Pokey, please.
Leader, can I go and teach them all a lesson? Calm down, Cheetah. Haven't found Lind yet. Also, we learned something from that little speech just now. At the very least, we know why the dolls in the arenas all seem so strange. Turns out they were under the control of the virus. Nikkei suffering discrimination from humans in the art. Definitely to you understand the cruelty of humans. Litter gladiator fights and sex bots. Yeah, that yesterday's question is like, so like I know the question was like, hey, does Nikkei have it as bad as T-Dolls? And I'm like, absolutely not. Like, absolutely not. Not much to change for CN. Yeah, no. This was in CN as well. This is exactly the same reveal. Well, reveal if you haven't played Ghost Frontline 1. All this scene really does is just confirm that this actually does happen and is as fucked up as you think it is. We need to be prepared for the possibility that Lind has also been controlled by that virus. Snap. The spotlights come on again, illuminating the freshly cleaned ring. Alright, after the short intermission, it's time for what we've all been waiting for. Like, honestly, if the commander was here, I'm pretty sure he would just pull out his Glock and just start firing. Just start blasting everywhere. Literally that. Since our next contender will be using firearms, we urge all guests to stay beyond the boundary line lest you be injured by stray rounds. White-red panes of bulletproof glass rise from the area around the ring, blocking it off from the audience. Boy, Masuno sink the boat. a reasonable crash out, by the way. And now, introducing the Queen of the Ring and her challenger. As the audience cheers, the spotlights focus on and follow the Crimson Doll as she slowly walks into the ring. It is K09, sword in hand. And then a shaft of dazzling light shines down on the right side of the arena, framing a purple doll who's looking at a familiar shotgun. Leader, that's Lind! Cheetah tried to establish comms with Lind right now. At this range, we should be able to contact her with using our squad channel. The transmission goes through, but Lind's face remains blank as she does not respond. What should we do, leader? I think Lind's really been taken over by whatever virus. By that whatever virus. It can't be helped. We'll just have to go ourselves. I'll ask Lolo to make the necessary preparations. Cheetah, get ready to back me up. Lynn's safety is our top priority. So nothing made... Oh yeah, damn it. Hello? Hello? Leader, I'm not getting a reply from Lynn's communicator. Not good. They're about to attack. Did she just disappear? Okay. Cheetah, pay attention to the enemy's movements. We need to step in to provide support if Lynn is in danger. So Lynn was in danger, by the way. Now, nothing made Commander crash out more than Paradise, but he would find it distasteful and would end the organization for sure. Yeah, so that is true. But I still... Commander does feel like that person that unless it's really dangerous to do so, I think he would literally just, like, find a way to start blasting. I'm not gonna lie. It's like, oh, you're like in the middle of nowhere? I can sink this ship. But usually he'd be calm. Usually, yeah. Oh man. I can't say anything about the whole Paradise thing because that involves spoilers. A hot load of shot hits... A hot load of shot. Okay. A hot load of shot hits the floor of the arena. Metal balls ricochet off the bulletproof glass and crack spider webs everywhere. Upon seeing Lind attack miss, K09 quickly whirls her blade around. Hey, yeah, sorry, how's it going? Converting her swing to a thrust aimed directly at Lind's chest. Lind steps diagonally backward and barely avoids the strike. The K09 sword tip grazes her arm and leaves a dark red wound. Hurts. Fortunately, my tactical BDU is made of strong material, so only my skin skin got nicked. Otherwise, I might have lost the entire arm. K09 clearly does anticipate her opponent avoiding her otherwise fatal blow, because she freezes up in surprise. However, she quickly changes her stance and resets her sword, ready to launch another attack. Oh, no problem, Air Sword. I'm glad you enjoyed what you saw. Liz's feet keep moving, and she dodges a series of attacks before pulling away to make some space between them. Why is she so damn fast? Is she actually a rabbit or something? She's been on me like Sabrina on dinner. Okay, I don't remember that line. She's been on me like Sabrina on dinner ever since the battle began. I haven't had a chance to counterattack at all. Even if it's because of the beta virus, that's kind of snatchy, isn't just scary. Lynn carefully studies K09's every move as she works to get her breathing under control, while shifting her center of balance and keeping her finger on the trigger. Like Sabrina on Dylan. That's funny. Don't panic. Lita and Cheetah are in the audience. All I can do is draw this out until the robots go berserk. I'll open fire the next time she rushes me. Should be able to find an opening then. Now. The moment she sees K09 raise her sword, Lynn pulls the trigger without hesitation. A wall of shot spews from her gun's barrel, and slams to K09's weapon with a crisp sound of metal on metal. Although K09 evades most of the metal balls with preternatural speed, one of them manages to punch through her shoulder. Surprisingly enough, K09 completely ignores her shoulder injury and brings her blade down on Lynn's head with a cleaving chop. Lynn rolls back and out of the way, once again evading the attack by the skin of her teeth. No wonder Carl said something about wanting to improve the beta virus sensory side effects. She's clearly nowhere as sensitive to pain as I am. How's that even fair? It can't be helped. Time to go full auto on her. Turn on auto battle. I'll just have to fix your frame once we get out of here. Lynn takes a deep breath and decides to max out her power output. A curtain of red-hot lead instantly blocks off the way ahead of her. K09 steps aside and dodges each and every pellet headed her way. She then reverses her grip on her sword and rushes Lynn. Once she determines that K09 is within range, Lynn focuses on her fire on K09's lower body. K09 loses her balance as she takes a hit to her right leg, which supports her frame. Lynn jumps over, resting the off-balance K09 on the floor with her elbow, and presses the muzzle of her gun against K09's head with her other hand. That ought to settle for now. However, K09 chooses this moment to erupt with tremendous force. She punches up with the back of her blade, knocking away the gun on her head, before slamming her right knee into Lynn's chest and taking her by surprise. Pain radiates through Lynn's chest as she staggers back while panting heavily. Damn it, that hurts so bad I can't see straight. Although her vision is blurry now, Lynn still strives to right her balance while opening fire on K09's direction. Soon, the Auto 12 she's holding clicks as the hammer falls on an empty chamber. K09 dashes up in front of Lynn, her sword held high. Lynn! And then K09's hand suddenly freezes in midair. The lights above her suddenly flash, and the bulletproof glass around the ring slowly lowers. The entire arena is filled with a bizarre silence. Then the sound of mechanical whirring comes from all around them. Cheetah, now! Support Lynn! The guns blaze fire as bullets hit the ground under KZ-9's feet, driving her back. Then, as though they received some kind of signal, every single robot in the arena begins opening fire indiscriminately. The members of the audience scream and flee in all directions, and they're probably getting all skewered right now. Amidst the chaos, QJ and Cheetah hear Lynn's voice over the communications. Looks like luck was on our side in the end. Lynn, it's you! You mean you weren't taken over by whatever virus? Thank goodness. I thought you were really finished just now. Finished my ass! Don't jinx me. Lynn gets up and dusts herself off, changing out a new drum of ammo as she does. Then she vaults over the arena's fencing and returns to Frostfall Squad. Squid Game. Welcome back, Lynn. QJ and Cheetah smile as they meet her gaze. Then they pivot and wordlessly take up a defensive formation. Where's Lolo? I'll tell you along the way. Right now, we're going to follow the route she's planned and get out of here. The sooner the better. We can't use the elevator anymore, so we'll need an alternative route. In other words, we'll have to go through the back of the audience seating, all the supply corridor, and then use it to raise the main deck. Cheetah, prepare to fall back. No problem, leader. Leave it to me. Cheetah pulls a flashbang out of her waist pack, pulls a pin on it, and then throws it to the ground. Smile for the camera! A blinding flash of light envelops the arena, and KZ-9 is forced to shield her eyes. When she can finally open them, all KZ-9 can see is the trio running into the back of the seating area. Automatic loading. Pursuit command. Target identification. Successful. Still looking in the direction where the trio have fled, KZ-9 stands up once again and gives chase. Wait, so Mr. Arrogant Young Master went all that effort to catch you because he wanted you to fight for him? A test of your reflexes. The Cheetah's exclamation is so loud that it echoes through the hall. A bunch of security troopers come in to investigate, but a hail of fire forces them to take cover behind the pillars. As Lynn shoots, she gives Cheetah a "give me a break" look. Hello, we're trying to escape here. Can you keep it down? The things ended up this way because he half-assed everything. Strictly speaking, it wasn't just because of that, but I don't have time to elaborate now. Cheetah, help me lay down some covering fire. I have something to tell leader. Tee, no problem. This time I'll protect you, Lynn. Cheetah flashes in an OK sign, then moves up to the head of the formation. Just then, a transmission from Lobo comes in. Leader, head right at the fork ahead, and you'll see the corridor leading to the deck. Understood. Lynn, what is it that can't wait until we get up there? Sorry, leader. But in a sense, this is our last chance I'll get for this. Lynn takes a deep breath and then looks at the port up ahead. I managed to interface with their systems and align their main control room and found their exact locations. That is, the dolls being controlled by the arena staff. We want to take them with us. What? Where are they being held? Area D3 on the port side. Delolo, calculate a route there. Roger. The reply from Delolo comes less than a minute later. The left path from the fork ahead leads to Area D3, the exact opposite way from the exit. And ship security is closing in on your location. It will be a risky course of action. If Drago reinforcements arrive quicker than we can move, things will be even worse. What do you want to do, leader? PJ doesn't reply, only tapping her terminal with her index finger. Lind, I'm fairly sure you prepared yourself for this possibility, but I must remind you that if we choose to commit to this course of action, we might not be able to complete the objective or ensure everyone's safety. Even so, do you wish to proceed? Yeah. I can't do it by myself, so I need you, Cheetah, Zololo, I need all of Frostfall to help me out. You don't say things like this often. It's a short silence. PJ looks Lind in the eye, as though she's come to a decision. Understood. Change of plans, Frostfall Squad. We're heading to Area D3 to rescue the captured dolls. Lind blinks in surprise as she stares at her squad leader. The mental image she's always had of PJ is someone who's always been cautious and diligent. Yet she has agreed readily to Lind's request. Lind can see a trust which needs no justification in PJ's eyes. Oh? So we're gonna be doll savers now? Awesome! I've always wanted to be it. I always wanted a Halo. Zololo, help us draft up another route that helps us avoid ship security. Welcome. Lind, how many dolls are we talking about here? According to the data from the control room, there are about 170 of them. The more troublesome thing is that their neural clouds have been wrecked by the beta virus. They might not listen to us anymore. Wait, so there are almost 200 of them and they might not even cooperate with us? We can't exactly cart them all off one by one, right? Also, even assuming we got them into a position to be evacuated, we wouldn't have the time or cabin space to evacuate them all. PJ opens her terminal and begins thinking as she studies the ship's blueprints. The dolls are all of the stern of the vessel. If we could trap the enemy amidst ships, it would give us a lot more time to work in. Peter looks over QJ's shoulder and studies the map. She then points at the red shaded area at the middle rear of the vessel. Leader, why don't we blow up the fuel tank over there and cut the ship in half? That way we can separate the part from where all the dolls are. Wait. Do you want to blow the ship in half? Do we even have any power enough to do that? Have you forgotten this Disney's forte? Man, all this bullet fire? It keeps going. Cheetah produces a little ball out of nowhere and tosses up, a wicked glint in her eyes. Ta-da! Behold my remote bomb! At last, a place for it to see proper use! Anyway, give the order, leader. That bunny-eared doll is coming after us. PJ's glance hardens as she focuses on the incoming figure in red. She quickly judges the feasibility of the mission and makes a decision. Cheetah, plant the explosives in the central fuel tank. Watch for a chance to set it off, but only after Lind and I arrive. Got it! A little contact Miss Hellion right now and have her send more backup. Once we scuttle the ship, we'll need people who can manage and move parts of the vessel where all the dolls are. Understood. Lind and I will stay here and lure the enemy to the other side of the ship. We'll buy time for Cheetah, Little, and our backup to arrive. Causing chaos should be enough. Should be Cheetah's strong suit, right? Still, never mind. This sort of thing is alright from time to time. Lind reloads her Auto 12, then focuses her gaze on the incoming K-09 before pulling the trigger. Our shotgun sprays a torrent of lead, blasting huge chunks of the masterfully carved marble paneling. A column collapses with a deafening crash. K09 is forced as the falling pillar blocks their path and throws up a huge cloud of dust. Aren't you good at running? Come, catch us then! Ooh, finally, the bullet fire stopped. Ooh, wait! Like, tape works for everything. Hey, you! There we go. Oh no, the gunfire is back! We know it stopped. Oh, thank goodness. QJ and Lin use the terrain to mount hit-and-run attacks on K09 and their pursuers. They manage to strand him on the B1 deck and get to the main deck on time. It's almost time. Are Cheetah and Tlotl ready yet? The plan's going smoothly and our backup is in place. Head to the pickup point now. The pair run towards the center of the ship, where they find Cheetah waving to them happily. Over here! Over here! This time, I was faster than you and Lin! Aren't you going to praise me? Tlotl, bring your chopper in. Prepare for extraction. QJ pulls Cheetah behind her and looks up. Tlotl pilots the chopper towards the three of them. Yes, officer, this Texan that is gunfire. Hey, look, I'm not a homegrown Texan, okay? I'm actually from North Carolina. It comes to a halt at the last moment, the rotors churning up waves on the surface of the water below. The cabin slides open, and Tlotl pokes her head out to throw a rope ladder down to the three of them. Come on! Just then, there's a loud crash, and K09 bursts out from a nearby hatch, her eyes aglow with crimson rage. She tightens her grip on her sword and immediately lunges at the three dolls. Now, Cheetah, load the charges! You're just in time. Cheetah squeezes the button on the detonator, and her bombs detonate the central fuel tank. A massive column of flame shoots into the sky and dyes the darkened sky a dull red. The ship lurches heavily as it is cut in two. Fragments fly everywhere as the two halves keel over and begin sinking into the sea. Walter, what the fuck? I'm not in the hood. K-09's frame is sent flying by the shockwaves, and she lands heavily on the stern of the vessel, while Frostfall uses this opportunity to scramble aboard the ladder. Here's a mistake. The helicopter climbs rapidly, thanks Recon, rising high into the night sky. We did it! Link can see Hellions' backup arriving by the light of the burning deck. The familiar, formerly just scattering tugboat is now towing away at the stern, and the vessel where the captured dolls are. Looks like we managed to rescue all the dolls, as well as at K-09. Things went better than expected. We're lucky that backup right before Drive's forces did, but we can't get careless because of that. Lolo, activate EW stealth systems. We need to get out of here ASAP. Understood. Mission complete. Preparing to RTB. Lolo presses a button on the helicopter's control panel. It shimmers for a moment in the night sky. Then it projects a holographic image around itself. Several seconds later, the helicopter blends into the starry sky, vanishing into the darkness before the dawn. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ship, a bed-rackled figure struggles to his feet before pounding the locked room like a madman. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it! Carl jabs his communicator. He presses so hard that his fingers have gone white from the lack of circulation. The door thuds heavily under his pounding. Father, do you hear me? Mother's ship is about to sink! I know you must have some way to do it, so please, please save this ship. This is the last thing Mother left behind. Despite Carl's wail of despair, the only thing on the communicator is the sound of static. Just when he thinks there'd be no reply, the person he is calling suddenly speaks in a quiet voice. Father, is that you? Thank God you answered. You'll take the ship, won't you? If I were you, I'd think of how to get out of that room first rather than whine and cry about a boat when your life is in danger. It's just a tool for making money. Is it really that important? It doesn't matter if it's blown up or scuttled. Once something loses value, it doesn't matter what happens to it. You're the only one who's so dedicated to something left behind by a corpse. No, it can't be. This is Mother's legacy. How can you care so little about it? Also, I'm still on the ship. I'm your son. You can't just abandon me now. Abandon you? Yakov can't help but snort derisively at Carl's naive plea. My biggest stake was not abandoning you. After realizing that Celia has raised you into a failure, and even going as far as to give you chance after chance to prove yourself, including this one. What do you mean? Are you saying you already knew about my plan? But when did you... What do you think? Do you really think you could have entered the room with just your meager access privileges? As it turned out, not letting you in was the right thing to do. I placed you in charge of things just this once, and you fucked it all to hell. Not only did those PMC dolls run circles around you, you also managed to steal all the data, or they also managed to steal all the data in the main control room. And now they even got their hands on over 170 gladiator dolls. Exactly what do you think qualifies you to talk terms with me? You are the one who sank this ship, and you did it with your own hands. Yuka's judgment is like a cold blade, sinking deep into Carl's heart. Carl clutches the communicator tightly, muttering to himself, unable to believe what he's hearing. No, it's not over yet. I can remotely trigger the doll's self-destruct programming. I can destroy the evidence, but can still turn things around. Now I am completely certain that you are even more of a mindless idiot than those dolls. They blew up the remote control server with their chopper before they left. You have well and truly fucked things up now. What? Upon realizing that there is no coming back from this, Carl slumps to the ground. This isn't my fault. Those damn dolls were only able to take advantage of the situation because I didn't get the full beta virus. It's not my fault. You just give me another chance. Another chance? You want another chance? The company had his hands full dealing with Bobbin recently. The CEO is tearing his hair out by the handfuls over them. Did you know that? And you choose now, of all time, to pull us off a stunt like this? There will be no chances for you. Carl's mouth hangs open as he looks at the door that will not open for him. He does not even have the words to deny his father words. As a child, you fooled around with high-grade parts like they were toys. It was like watching a monkey with a... Come on, man! With a Kalashnikov. After all these years, you're still the same as when Celia was around. You haven't grown a bit. You don't even qualify to be an obstacle for me, let alone my successor. So, once something loses its value, it doesn't matter what happens to it. That includes me too, right? If you were this smart each time, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Yuka's words are casual, but they hit Carl like a punch to the gut. In Carl's memory, this is the first time his father has ever praised him. Holy fuck! That just dawned on me. It's like, if you were ever this smart, you wouldn't have been like this. Like, oh, like, in a way, he praised me. That dawned on me like, holy shit. But it seems it will also be the last. No, you're my father. You wouldn't do this. Right? You won't do this to me, right? Everything I do is making you proud. Ever since mother died, I've been working hard. All this time. Don't bring up that mother of yours! Yuka suddenly exploded with rage. His resentment that has festered for so many years is finally pouring out. I wouldn't even have married that dumb bitch if she wasn't from the Orla conglomerate. She made a fortune, and all she did was sit on it, making a bunch of worthless toys or donating to charity. Not only did she criticize me for obtaining 16 Labs doll tech, but she was even planning to reveal the secrets between me and a CEO to the public, and so she had to die. And good fucking riddance to her. And even after her death, she left someone like you behind. I've been living in her shadow for far too long. You should have died along with her. What? So, you're saying you're the one who killed Mother? Crack. The nearby portholes collapse under the force of the explosion, and glass rains down like hail. Carl's communicator falls to the ground, emitting a shrill error tone. Carl screams at it, but it will never answer him again, and the whirling flames consume his final words. You extinguish this box Mother left behind. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Victory, victory, victory. Yeah, fuck you, Carl. It's victory music time. Sucks to suck. Yeah, basically. Victory! Yeah, absolutely. You can feel bad for him because he basically never had a chance. He never had a chance to grow up. But you know, he did try to steal Lind after all. You know, this ain't Nikkei. We don't forgive everyone all the time. Bribery records, government officials, illegal doll transaction logs, altered records for the ship's environmental emissions. The Girard Group has quite the litany of sins to its name. Crossbow Squad is going through the data Lynn copied from the main control room. It is certainly quite impressive. There's a breakdown for the MV Novalis income and expenditure here too. Let me see. Wow, this is actually kind of scary. We make more in a day than our squad does in a month. It is just as we thought. The income from the entertainment was minuscule compared to the illegal bettings on the doll arena. Wasn't William's dad just as bad? Yeah. Bad parents are pretty common in Ghost Frontline. Like, there's only two common parents in Ghost Frontline. Bad parents and dead parents. Oh yeah, he was abusive towards William. So was the mom, by the way. I think the mom was even more abusive towards William than he was. Well, we cannot be completely certain that the Girard Group was controlling and running the doll arena. They could make a killing from the black market and use that opportunity to utilize their otherwise defective dolls. The Girard Group wins either way. The beta virus was probably developed for that purpose and tested on the arena dolls. The Scientology! Oh yeah, speaking of which, don't you think you should get your frame checked out, Lind? It would be bad if there were traces of that virus still left behind in your neural cloud. Don't worry. I'm not waking up to be taken over by an incomplete virus. I'm more interested in why it works on IOP dolls. Wasn't it meant to target Girard Group dolls? Lind, are you saying you suspect that the Gerard Group stole 16 Labs' doll technology? Lind nods. This virus isn't like normal programs. It writes locations and logic would require a target with highly similar base layer code for it to work. But if the base layer code are too similar, then it would essentially be intellectual property theft. If that's really true, we can use the evidence from the doll arena as proof of the Gerard Group's crimes and make them pay for what they've done. Indeed. Even without the technology theft, just the proof of their crimes is enough to bring the Gerard Group to court. I'll contact Miss Hellion now. Once we get back, we'll verify the matter ASAP. I'm pretty sure what we found will help the commander and Miss Kalina out in some way. UJ opens a comms channel to Hellion and begins sending over what she's learned. After receiving Hellion's reply, QJ's stern expression softens considerably. I have good news. Miss Hellion managed to find a neutral organization that's willing to take in the dolls from the arena and help them clear out the remaining beta virus in their neural clouds. Really? That's great! They'll finally be able to shake off the Gerard Group's control. Additionally, the organization will provide them with counseling and support them as they reintegrate into human society. Not only would they be able to remove the Gerard Group's influence, these dolls will also receive a chance to make a fresh start. You did very well, Lind. Lind doesn't answer, only leaning against the cabin wall in silence. The scorching pain from the virus infection still eggs in her body, and a sense of virus guilt envelops her. Lind reflexively looks down at the trembling hands. I'm sorry. Huh? Lind, Leader was praising you. Why are you apologizing? I mean, all this happened because I went off without permission and acted alone, right? And I even asked to change the plan at the last minute for selfish reasons. If anything had happened to you all because of that, then I... Lind swallows the rest of her words. The three of them quickly exchange glances, then they head over to Lind's side as one. What's this, Lind? Were you actually worried about us? Relax, we're all okay, right? I believe our squad exists to support each other, understand each other, and to encourage each other. And in the end, your plan turned out fine. Yes, Cheetah and Tallulah are correct. I know what kind of feelings you must have motivated you, Lind. Your unwillingness to let Griffin wither away, the anger that drove you to save your fellow dolls, the pain you felt when you thought you had involved us in your trouble. The truth is, we're all the same. The same? Correct. UJ gently pats Lind on the shoulder and smiles tenderly. As members of Frostfall Squad, we all have the same goal. We simply see things from different perspectives. Ultimately, I'm also partly responsible for this. I didn't communicate my thoughts clearly with you, which led you to feeling like you had to take everything on by yourself. So, don't blame yourself anymore and relax a little. Okay. Lind looks up, her eyes filled with gratitude. It is then that QJ notices the wound K09 made on Lind's arm. Here, I'll help you take care of that for you. QJ takes out the repair kit and patches up the cuts with a gentle touch and practice skill. The pain from the wound makes Lind wince. Why don't you turn off the pain modules, Lind? Patching wounds up hurt, you know? The truth is, I can't disable my friend's pain modules. Why not? Does that mean you've been enduring all that pain each battle? Lin falls silent and then nods. Well, I want to say enduring it. After all, I'm used to it now. I was an experimental doll used in clinical trials. Part of the reason why Carl kidnapped me was because of that. What? Lynn doesn't feel the disgust or awkwardness she expected when discussing this part of her history that she didn't want to disclose. Instead, she feels free. My first memories of this world, were in icy cold research institute and endless days of clinical trials. My frame received special modification in order to meet certain experimental requirements. Not being able to switch off my pain modules was one of them. But doesn't that make fighting in everyday life really inconvenient? Why don't we ask Miss Helly to change out your frame when we get back? I'm sure she'll be able to think of something. Lynn shakes her head. One of Griffin's researchers asked me the same question when I first came to Griffin. He said that human sensory feedback would affect my performance in battle and recommended that I change to a more convenient body. But I refused. Wasn't that a good chance to do it? Why did you say no? I didn't know why I did back then. I did it out of reflex. Same thing with my name. I ought to be repulsed by the name Lind. The lab I was in gave it to me, and it contained all the painful memories from back then. But even after getting the chance to change my name, I still chose this one. At the time, I didn't know why I was so insistent on it, but now I think I'm slowly beginning to understand. Lynn looks at her friends. Back then, I thought I existed to be a test subject and that my pain was the only value I had. To deny this pain would be to deny my entire life and the reason I had for existing. It was in Griffin that I came to understand the true worth of a doll. And it was my bonds with everyone that helped me realize that I could keep moving forward, even while carrying the pain of the past, and that I could fight to protect others. I mean, the first step of accepting your past is being able to look it in the eye, right? Lynn. And that's why I won't change my body, and I won't change my name. Boss Squad made me feel like I belonged, and you helped me understand my reason for existing. Thank you all for that. A can of cool fruit juice suddenly presses itself against Lynn's cheek. Lynn looks back and sees Cheetah grinning at her. Waving a pack of snacks, she's squirreled away for a moment like this. Oh, don't be so gloomy, Lynn. Frostfall is a home for 4, which means we're all essential for it. Makes perfect sense, right? Just like how you can't leave us, we can't leave you either. That's right. We're only able to handle difficult missions because we have you around. Whether in the past, future, present, or future, we will always fight side by side. Yep. In order to celebrate this yet another perfectly completed mission, let's throw a party for when we get back to base. Correction. It will be an after crisis review meeting. Fortunately, the gold ship that Leader and Cheetah brought back is worth quite some money. Indeed. Not only have we solved that occurrence, but also an emergency, I've also managed to come up with a promising action plan for the future. With the little observation skills, the support from Cheetah's items, Lynn's combat power, and my planning ability, we managed to demonstrate exceptional results in rescuing the hostages and have proven that we can handle similar tasks of the same kind in the future. I believe that Frostfall Squad's reputation will soon spread far and wide. The communicator rings. Upon seeing the name on it, QJ smiles. It's from Miss Hellion. Let's take it together. The 4 members of Frostfall Squad look at each other and smile. Then, as one, they press the receive button. As the helicopter rises through the last of the collapsed particle clouds, the warm light of dawn shines on their faces. This is Frostfall Squad. Mission complete. We're heading home. Yeah, that's good. A good reread for me. I got a light question. Are Mundo and Jetty technically siblings? Yes. I'll just say yes to that and move on. I have a question about Tololo. Has she ever been part of Task Force Defy? No. Does she have a similar imprint of the gun? And as well as she looks very... No. Just straight up no. I'll just say this once. Don't pay attention to gun imprints. They are just a small thing for the story. Thanks for answering. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, this is pretty much filler. I don't think, aside from K09, I don't think they'll be really involved later on. I think this is just more or less going to be filler. But yeah, at least K09 is still a thing. I don't know if that means anything though. It's very likely that, you know, she just be living life, being reintegrated into human society. Who knows? Hey, less for me to do. Shut up, Dylan. For a fashion story today? Nah. No, we don't. Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, it is plot relevant, but it is vague. Everything they said in here is pretty vague, more or less. Message pop up on screen? Actually, no. Oh, that's why. Yeah, it's because I had to reconfigure it because of my different channel. Yeah, it doesn't pop up on screen at the moment. But I see it on chat. So yeah, I'll have to fix that. Yeah, I'm glad I got my old Twitch back, honestly. Thoughts on Sakura? Cool. I don't have too much thoughts on Sakura. I need to see her in a story. Her trailer is cool, and that's really all I can say about it. I just, you know, there's just not much else. I don't know if her story is gonna be filler, or if they're going to make her as part of the main story, because the main story is going really well in CN right now. For oh gun back, yeah, whatever. Honestly, yeah. I'm like, yeah, whatever. But Hero, she has a car. I'm going to say for the sisters, yeah. Quite literally, they have literally no choice. But to do Diva Leave Me Now. So Liva should be next. They have nothing else. Unless they want to do something out of order again. Like we get Sakura now, because Sakura's filler. That was so stupid. Yeah, honestly, I really want to V6 a doll. And I think the only ones I would pick versus Corinthians now. Yeah, it's either Robella V6 or Uber to V6. But, you know, I don't have money like that. I mean, unless I want to make things hard for a month. But it would be really cool to have like $1 V6. But for me, yeah, it ought to be Robella or Word. It's exhausting. Nice emote. On a ramen diet? You know what's actually cheaper than ramen? Canned food. It's actually cheaper than ramen. Only a month? Yeah, I'll say only a month. Sleeping is cheaper. Kids your age about like sleeping. Because at the very least, I can get away with V3 Ulrid, because that's when she actually gets powerful with their upgrade. That's coming, like, I guess to be next year. But Robella actually becomes, she goes from fine into awesome at V6. And I like Robella. So, I don't know. The problem is that Robella is coming soon, and I wouldn't have time to save up money like that. While with Ulrid, I would have more time with Ulrid. So, I guess it really depends. The other issue is that I'm getting all the dolls too. That's still a thing. Canned tuna for months now. I'm tired. You know what? I actually love canned tuna. It's just makes your breath stink so terribly. Honestly, are you playing Ghost Hunt 2 for the gameplay? Basically, just the heroic missions. That's really the only time. I'm not doing R6. That's really the only time that I actually enjoy playing the game. Like, heroic missions actually develop this sort of, like, thing in my brain. Not worth V6ing unless you need them for that. You actually never need dupes. Well, actually, you do need a V6 something. For heroic mode. Like, just one V6, but it can even be a standard doll. a V6 DPS. But yeah, next month is gonna be interesting. A V6 standard by now? Yeah, but mine is most in the Gaunt. It's all V6 boy. And honestly, V6 most in the Gaunt is awesome with her upgrade, her mod key. But she wasn't nearly as awesome as V6 Tololo. Yeah, if my goal wasn't to get every single doll, I would have a lot of chances to V6 someone. He has 20. I mean, that's not really, that doesn't really do anything for you though. I mean, to be fair, Federico, the plot overall has been fucking slow as balls. It was the same feeling in CN. Like, CN was a fucking drag. The only reason why I'm not complaining is because I know what happens. Otherwise, I would be complaining right now. Yeah. Like, the complaints and the fatigue is extremely justified. Like, 1,000,000%. I will turn this Elmo around. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Yeah, what I said, Federico, is that it's the fatigue everyone is feeling for waiting for the main story is justified. A lot of people have just straight up left, and a lot of content creators have moved on because of how slow the main story has been, which is that it hasn't moved and global for a really long time. Like, it's really bad right now. And I think they just straight up lost those people. I don't think they're coming back. Like Ghost Frontline 1? Yeah, like Ghost Frontline 1. That's not a good thing. That's what I'm saying. They should have learned from Ghost Frontline 1. I mean, that's cool and all, but it's objectively a bad thing that is happening. They should have learned. Like, it is 1,000,000% justified that people are tired of waiting. Like, so many people have left and so many content creators have left. Like, some people who basically just recorded stories and uploaded them to YouTube in order to preserve them, they stopped doing it because the story was boring. That's a huge problem. Like, if it continues, then they just wouldn't have a community. And that's important. That's important to keep in mind. Like, forget like the game going EOS. It probably won't EOS, but the community is less fun if people leave. glazing setters. Let me tell you how good Frontline 1 was. Anyone here? Yeah, basically. Resident Solstice? That's the train game, right? Yeah, like, the premise doesn't interest me, so no. I haven't tried it. Yeah, I don't think they're I don't think, like, even if no one, like, even if literally no one played the game, I don't think it'll go EOS. That's like the hilarious part. I know what you meant, Federico. I'm saying that's bad. That's 1,000,000% bad. That's a bad thing. That's what they should be avoiding. Losing people because of dumb decisions. And the story being slow. They should have learned about the bad things that happened in Ghost Frontline 1. And then don't do that again in Ghost Frontline 2. But they just did it again. So. On the Versus channel, people were bashing Ghost Frontline on the comments of the final song. Of the final song? Oh, the final song and Ghost Frontline. Okay, yeah. Yeah. But Versus channel? You mean the Versus wiki? So one of his Ferraris. That's funny. Oh, Vanguard sound. Okay. Yeah, okay. I'm used to seeing either the full name or VGS, so. Because Versus, to me, means Versus. It's funny though, I think most people don't really care about Ghost Frontline 1 enough to actually bitch about it. The main thing right now is that they're bitching about Ghost Frontline 2. Like, either Ghost Frontline 1 fans are bitching about Ghost Frontline 2, or people who don't play Ghost Frontline 1, or Ghost Frontline at all, are like, ooh, this game is gooner bait, and, you know, all that uninformed opinions. Those people I don't care about. But it just would be nice if it would be very nice if they just got this shit together sooner. Because for all intents and purposes, the game is fine. But it's just really hard carried by the story right now. And it would have been nice if, you know, they got rid of their bad practice of locking away the story until for some unknown amount of time. Like, that is just a thing that doesn't exist anymore, and it shouldn't exist for any gacha game. But they still do it, and they do it the worst. Yeah, that's Blight. I actually agree with you there. I wanted to try Arc Knights, but and I did for a little bit. And for multiple reasons, I decided not to play Arc Knights, primarily because of time. But yeah, the community definitely didn't help, just based on what I've seen. They feel very rabid. Okay, like I said, I know you meant to say lore videos, but you said love videos. I mean, that is still true. I do love Ghost Frontline, and every video is made out of love. Almost bad. Will you get infield shots? Probably. I'm not enthused about it. Primarily because, again, I don't have a lot of time in the schedule to play local gacha games. Basically, if I like infield, I probably have to drop something else. Plus, there's one other gacha game I'm looking forward to, and that's a Mongol Star Dive. I played the beta of that, and it's just really fun to play. Like, I probably won't even make content for it, like maybe like a video just to show it off. But when I played the beta, it was really hilarious and fun, and a nice, refreshing is the best word for it, I guess. But yeah, infield, I don't know, man. I won't say infield looks generic in terms of story. I mean, like, people would be so fucking mad if they heard that. Holy shit. But based on what I've seen, it doesn't look interesting to me. And the gameplay itself, it's fine from what I've seen. And the base building, I don't really care about that. I have a lot of games to play, so I don't... You can say that I don't really care that much. I'm not really looking to add more to my rotation. I'm not a gacha god, you know? I got a life. TPGR news. It also gets big lobby. I have seen some of the PGR news. I didn't watch the stream. I heard big things are happening over there. But yeah, I do. PGR isn't on my rotation, but it is a game I want to play. I think that's the best way to put it. A life in a life soon? That's your body pillow. That's true, yeah. Lynn's going to town. Nixon, I think only you donated for the body pillow. I didn't see any other donations. Yeah, I'll probably watch the PGR livestream. Just to see what's going on. But yeah, I was actually thinking about playing PGR this morning before stream, but I didn't do that. So yeah, it's on my mind. I do want to play it, but it's one of those games where it's just not in rotation. So I basically have to play it whenever I feel like playing it. Right now, the games that are taking up the most time is definitely Chaos Zero Nightmare and Nikkei. But I think I'll start winging back on Nikkei, since story difficulty means you don't really need to play the game every day anymore, if at all, really. It might go into Girls Night 1 status. But Nikkei's still fun, so. Yeah, and the pillow's $75, so yeah, there's that. I'm spending a lot of money as is. If it's not on gacha games, it's on stuff that I can enjoy. Like recently, just to go on a bit of a tangent. Some of you guys may know that I'm a Mega Man fan, so I recently bought this. You can't really see it because of the tiny hero. That's funny. There we go. Yeah, I got this for my birthday. So I am a collector. I like collecting things. You know, I'm a Mega Man fan. Some of y'all do, anyways. Yeah, I love stuff like this. I love collecting stuff. Yeah, I already seen it, Federico. So that's where a good amount of my money goes. I think the best thing you can do is find yourself a small community for the game you play. Be comfortable and top off the game and not interact with the large majority. I guess it really depends on what's the community like. Because I actually like interacting with the Ghost Frontline community for the most part. I say majority of them aren't bad. Like I said, the complaints about the slow pacing is extremely justified. It just didn't go well. Which the Mega Man is your favorite? X, easily X, Mega Man X. It's funny because they actually put more effort into PR with Global, but they outright admitted during the gacha skin drama that they weren't even that they don't have a pulse on Global whatsoever. Is nowhere near what I saw for Girls Frontline 2. That's actually, I would say that's not entirely true. So here's the thing about Hoyoverse. They are huge. They are like 100 times the size of the Girls Frontline community. And a lot of those people are normies. Those normal people, they see a price like that and they'll just go, oh, I just won't buy that. Or some people will say, oh, I'll buy that. Because they don't know any better. They're not experienced. People in the Ghost Frontline community, they kind of have standards. That's like the best way I can put that. They have more experience. They know what, they know when they're being swindled. Now, there are some people in the Hoyo sphere that have complained very hard about that. But the big issue is that they have tried to do boycotting before, and it just doesn't work. By doesn't work, I mean that they don't care enough to do it. They can't stand on business. So it's gotten to the point now where Hoyoverse knows for a fact they can do whatever the fuck they want. And even though people will be mad about it online, it doesn't matter. They have people who will buy it. And those people are spending way money than those guys who are complaining. So, and also the guys who are complaining, they're still playing the game. A lot of people have realized that, which is why they aren't like organizing protest or at least sending feedback or doing letters and stuff. It just doesn't matter. So it's out of defeat more than anything. Did Hoya make a skin gacha? No. They made a rebate system. But also, I don't really follow Genshin Impact, but I know what happened in Honkai Star Rail that made people pissed off. They basically released a character, a very popular character because she's a legacy character, and she is functionally rough at let's say for example, no dupes. Yeah, no dupes. She's very rough. She's extremely niche. And she needs to be at least she needs 2 dupes in order to feel like she's an actual smooth character. So for the live stream that they did to showcase that new character, she was actually at the very least 5 dupes to show off how good she actually is with dupes. So it was actually a form of, it's not necessarily false advertising, but it's poor advertising. It's dishonest advertising. It's like, so basically they're showing the world, hey, this character is awesome, but they don't tell you that she's at max dupes. Probably. At the very least, she's at 5 dupes. And the max is 6. Yeah, deceptive advertising is the best word for that, or the best terminology. And so people have called that out, but it gets drowned out by other bullshit. And by other bullshit, I mean like actually other bullshit. Like stuff that really doesn't matter, like only like a few groups care about, but they're so fucking loud that it drowns out the actual discussion. And that's just how it is for the large majority of Hoyoverse games. I think Zenless is a little bit different, but not even Zenless is immune to that. It's just that Zenless is way, way, way hornier. So all the normies got filtered out. The stupid shipping war. Yeah, that's a huge part of it, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty bad over at Hoyoverse at the moment, but they can get away with it just easily. That's an unfortunate part. I guess you can say the only people who are playing Hoyoverse games religiously are either content creators, people who have played since day one and they kind of just made it their life now, I guess, and people who are brain damaged. I guess you can say. Yeah, that's true. Recon. So yeah, I have no real desire to play a Hoyoverse game. Unless it's good. Unless it's genuinely good. And I think the only game that is genuinely good is Endless. I think Endless is a natural good game. Worth playing. But I strongly prefer Ghost Frontline 2 and 1. I strongly prefer Chaos Zero Nightmare. Let's hope that gets back on track with the next event coming in Tuesday. And I strongly prefer Nikkei. Honestly, Nikkei and Ghost Frontline community are crazier than I am, which is something to really think about. Like, you guys are unhinged as fuck, and I love it. That's why I can't be a normal person. I want to be around the crazy people all the time. And honestly, it seems like CCZN is going that same direction, where the only people who are going to be there are the unhinged people, and I fucking love it. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I love I love you guys. That's all I can really say. As far as Nikkei lore videos are concerned, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go for it. My favorite team in not Sinless, holy shit. Chaos Zero Nightmare. I can't say I have a favorite team. The one I'm using the most right now is the generic one. The one people caught on to pretty quickly, which is Hugo. Yeah, Hugo and Tressa. That's the core, and the and I guess the healer is interchangeable, or the support is interchangeable. I'm using Mika with Haru. So for that team, I'm using Ray, and Ray works very well, actually. Like, surprisingly well. As just pure support with Tressa. But if you don't want that team, like, if you're like, oh, that's a wolf dude, ah, then you can easily do Haru, who is, I think this is like her last day on here. That's why I'm crazy. Thanks for the $2, Dylan. I appreciate that. If you want to do one with all girls, an easy one is Haru, who is still on her banner, Mika, and Beryl. I have that purely for the in-game stuff, because you need 2 teams. Oh, wolf dude, yeah. Going with the hamster, Veronica. Which all can support for our Klukai besides Harita. Mekti and Lind. Betus is not out in global yet. Okay, let's see. Yeah, it's around that time. It's past 3 o'clock. I don't want wolf, dude. But yeah, I gotta hop off. I gotta get food, and then start working on content creation stuff. Oh, Dylan, I should let you know, since you said that. From what I heard, based on leaks, the next... For Chaos Hero Nightmare, there is going to be 11 women coming out in a row. We're getting the first one tomorrow, or on Tuesday. And after that, there'll be 10 more. Unless they switch things up. We'll see. Warlock, I am working on that, actually. Alright guys, you take care. Bye-bye.